Good morning. Shalom and welcome everyone from Israel and all around the world. Thank you for joining this special online teaching of Geshe Dorji Damdul on the topic of dependent arising and emptiness in everyday life, especially in challenging times. I am Shachar, and I will be the host of this Zoom teaching for the Dharma Friends of Israel. I thank David for hosting yesterday's meeting. We also have Ben as our simultaneous translator to Hebrew and Alexei translating to Russian. We have Nir as the technical assistant. In case you have technical issues, you are welcome to send him a private message in the chat. As Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul is the director of Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, this event is a collaboration of the Dharma Friends with Tibet House, New Delhi, and so we are excited and grateful to have Geshe Dorji Damdul today and receive teachings from him, and also appreciate and thanks Tibet House team in helping coordinate and organizing this teaching. Before Geshe joins us, we have few short announcements. On the technical side, we have simultaneous translation to both Hebrew and Russian. You can choose your preferred language at the interpretation option in the toolbar by clicking at the globe icon. You can also choose the mute or original option if you wish to hear only the translation without the background sound from the main speaker. Please remember to make sure your mic is muted at all times, unless, of course, you are being addressed by Geshe. And since Geshe likes to have interactive sessions, please leave your camera on. This teaching is being streamed live on the Dharma Friends YouTube channel as well. All the videos will be available on our YouTube channel, the channel of the Dharma Friends. Both today and today's session will begin at 9 with prayers, which is 11:30 India Standard Time. We'll have two sessions today with a break of 1 hour. So the teaching will finish today around 1 p.m. Israel time, 3:30 p.m. India Standard Time. Please log in after the break, a few minutes before the session starts, so we can begin on time and you can listen to any announcements we might have. Lastly, I will just mention in few words that the Dharma Friends of Israel is a non-profit organization that runs all its activities by volunteers. All our activities are offered free and supported by participants' donations only. And so we encourage you to practice generosity and taking part in making it possible for us to continue our activities. Whatever is left after covering the expenses of the activity is offered to the teacher as a token of our deep appreciation and gratefulness. Please see the details of how to donate in the chat, and you can also find it at this event page in the Dharma Friends website. Thanks a lot for your support. We really appreciate it. Before Geshe is joining, we invite you all to open your cameras. We'll begin the session before Geshe joins us with preliminary prayers and practices. Everybody is invited to sit in a comfortable sitting posture. Take a couple of deep breaths. Once the body and mind are more settled and prepared for the teaching, we'll begin the practice. I will share the screen so everybody can join us. Begin your practice by setting the proper motivation, which consists of three parts, while being mindful of both aspects, the object being visualized and the manner in which you visualize it. First is the refuge field. In the space in front of you, visualize Buddha Shakyamuni, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas or any other enlightened beings you regard with veneration. They are looking upon you with immense kindness and unconditional love, just as a mother looks upon her only child. Second is the bodhicitta field. Visualize, seated on either side of you, your kind parents, mother on the left and father on the right. Additionally, you are accompanied by all other dear mother sentient beings, leaving none aside, and you are leading them in this practice. Third is the purpose of the practice, to manifest the Buddha nature within you, which is the ultimate source of happiness, by removing the two mental obscurations, afflictive obscurations, consisting of the afflictions of negative emotions, contaminated karmas, and their corresponding active seeds, and cognitive obscurations, the subtle states which are inactive latencies of the afflictions and contaminated karmas. Recite the following verses while mentally invoking their profound meanings and associated experiences. Infused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all erroneous views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Infused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all erroneous views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Infused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all erroneous views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Sangye chudang tsugi chognam la jangchu baldu degni kepsu chi degi jinsoi gi pe tsoknam ki drola penchir sangye drupare shoi. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened, to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened, to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. Independent origination, there is no ceasing, no arising, no annihilation, no permanence, no coming, no going, no separatedness, and no sameness. I prostrate to the consummate Buddha, the supreme among all teachers, the one who taught this peace, which is freed of elaborations. I prostrate to the mothers of the hearers, the host of bodhisattvas and the Buddhas as follows. The knower of all, which leads the hearers, Shravakas, seeking pacifications to complete peace. The knower of path, which causes the bodhisattvas, with altruism, to help migrators to achieve the aims of the world. And omniscience, the thorough possession of which helps the Buddhas expound a variety of teachings and endowed with complete aspects of subjects.
Алло, 3.
The one who has transformed into the reliable guide, motivated by altruism to benefit sentient beings, the teacher, Sugata, and protector. To you, I make prostrations. The one who has eliminated the web of conceptualizations and is endowed with the divine bodies of the vast and profound, who eternally shines forth the forever noble light rays. To you, the Buddha, I make prostrations. Inspired by wisdom and compassion, today, in the Buddha's presence, I generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings.
Uh, Hello, Sahala. Sahala, we are not able to hear. Can you hear me? Uh, uh,
The meaning of the dependent origination mantra: all phenomena arise from causes. The causes taught by the Tathagata. Whatever is the cessation of these causes is taught thus by the great seer. Profound, peaceful, elaboration-free, clear light, and non-composite. Such is the nectar-like Dharma I have discovered. Finding no one to fathom this teaching, in silence I retire into the woods. Beyond utterness, thought, and expression is the perfection of wisdom, which is unborn, unceased, and has the nature of space. It is the object of apprehension of self-realized wisdom. To you, the mother of Buddhas, of the three times, I pay obeisance. The four seals of Buddha's teachings. All composite teachings are impermanent. All contaminated things are of the nature of suffering. All phenomena are of the nature of emptiness and selflessness. Transcending sorrow is peace. The Guru is the Buddha. The Guru is the Dharma. Likewise, the Guru is the Sangha. The Guru is the source of everything wholesome. I go for refuge in the Guru. Let the sound of the vibrant drum of Dharma, you liberate all beings of miseries. I beseech you to kindly remain and give teachings until the end of the expanse of billions of eons. The Buddha does not wash away the negativities of beings, nor does he remove their miseries with his hands. His spiritual realizations are not transferred to them. It is by teaching the truth of suchness that beings are liberated. Instructions on parting from the four attachments. If you are attached to this life, you are not a spiritual practitioner. If you are attached to samsara, you have no renunciation. If you are attached to your own self-interest, you have no bodhicitta. If there is grasping, you do not have the view. With folded hands, I beseech the Buddhas of all directions to shine the light of Dharma for all bewildered in misery's gloom. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings as my guest. I will engage in the appealing deeds of excellence of enlightenment. May I become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. The Heart of Wisdom mantra.
Hello. Penla, we are not able to hear the sound. Whoever is doing the host, please, I would like to request to share the host to our Tibet House coordinator. She will be sharing the audio.
Deyathawam gate gate Bhakti Bodhi Swaha Tyatha Om Gati Gati Paragati Barasamgati Bodhi Swaha Tyatha Om Gati Gati Paragati Parasamgati 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 Bodhi Swaha.
Okay, Shahala, thank you. Shahala, am I audible?
Yes. We hear you,
Okay,
Geshe.
thank you, Shah. Yeah, thank you, Shahala. Thank you. And all the coordinators, the translators in different languages, and also the current director of Dhamma Friends of Israel, Irid La, and all the former directors, and the members of DFI, and they particularly Benla for organizing this, and the Narendra Studies program. Benla made it available in Hebrew, and he's translating. He made it been so kind, and now also taking responsibility along with Eritla, who is the director of the DFI, and all the participants, both offline and online, from different countries. So it is truly a joyous moment for all of us, that like-minded people, we come together and they look for a common goal of creating peace in the world, creating peace in the family, and creating peace within yourself. And that is how it expanded to your family, to the community, and to the world, and then to all sentient beings. So with this mind, let us, first of all, I'm glad that Shahara already created a platform of setting proper motivation for all of us. Now we will engage in taking the aspiration Bodhisattva vow. And as yesterday, I mentioned that anyone, whether you're a believer, non-believer, Buddhist, non-Buddhist, what gender, what ethnicity, it doesn't matter. Anyone who wishes to create a peace in the world, create peace in yourself and in the world, and who has a sense of compassion for others, and who doesn't want to harm others, and who wants to, if possible, bring happiness, create happiness to others. So you are entitled to take this action bodhisattva vow. And in the process of awakening this hidden treasure within ourselves, the first recipient of this, the recipient of this incredible great benefit of the universal compassion is yourself. That your painful tears will stop, anxiety, anguish stops, and first, a very, very gross sense of the aversion, sense of the corrosion, sense of the disliking towards others will be minimized and eventually stopped. And then the harmful actions and thoughts will stop. And then expand your ease to all the beings. You expand your ease. So this is the benefit that everybody is seeking, and yet those people who practice universal compassion are the wise ones to really feel that benefit. So with this mind, let us turn to Tejala about taking this. Okay, Benlai doing the sharing with us, the 5 verses, and we're going to say these verses by visualizing, as Shahala indicated, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas in the space in front of us, as so loving, caring and embracing, particularly Buddha Shakyamuni and His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And then around you, your 2 parents, your family members, including children, husband, wife, and everyone with you, all the demon sentient beings living on the side. Okay, Ben, last screen sharing. Okay, so yesterday I already explained this verse. Now let us try to invoke the meanings as much as possible, so the benefit will be much, much, much greater. So with this mind, imagine that you are leading this practice, and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas they are with us, and all sentient beings are joining you in this ceremony of taking the aspiration Bodhisattva vow together. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddha from my heart. I go for refuge and am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Supreme Sangha. I generate the mind of bodhicitta to resolutely accomplish the aims of others myself. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings to be my guest, and shall engage in that delightful and excellent practice of full enlightenment. May I become Buddha for all sentient beings. 3 times. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddha in my heart. I go for refuge and am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Supreme Sangha. I generate the mind of bodhicitta to resolutely accomplish the aims of others myself. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings to be my guest, and shall engage in that delightful and excellent practice of full enlightenment. May I become Buddha for all sentient beings. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddha in my heart. I go for refuge and am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Supreme Sangha. I generate the mind of bodhicitta to resolutely accomplish the aims of others myself. Having generated the mind of supreme enlightenment, I invite all sentient beings to be my guests, and shall engage in that delightful and excellent practice of full enlightenment. May I become Buddha for all sentient beings. Next 2 verses. Gurus, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please behave to me. Just as previous Buddhas have generated the mind of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwell in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the mind of bodhicitta and lavashila to successfully train in the Bodhisattva practices. Gurus, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please behave to me. Just as previous Buddhas have generated the mind of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwelled in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the mind of bodhicitta and lavashila to successfully train in the Bodhisattva practices. Gurus, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas, please pay heed to me. Just as the previous Buddhas have generated the amount of bodhicitta, and just as they successfully dwell in the Bodhisattva practices, likewise for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will generate the amount of bodhicitta and Labashila to successful train Bodhisattva practices. Okay, now let us do 5 minutes of shamatha meditation, which I briefly explained yesterday. 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So now we come to the main point of what the emptiness is. What we learned yesterday is that we wake up as long as we're in the dream. When we're in the dream, we have no choice. And so I see that here, most of the faces I see you, the faces are very familiar to me, which means that you are already familiar with the concepts which I'm going to share with you. And if there are some who are joining this course or this retreat for the first time, so this concept can be new, and at times, if you don't get this concept correctly, you can easily fall into nihilism. So for all of us, for newcomers, it can be like you can easily slide into nihilism. And for those who are already exposed to this concept, intellectually you may be confident that, okay, this is not nihilism, but experientially, when you meditate on this and you start getting some experience, on the experience level you can go into nihilism. So to protect us from falling into nihilism, which is just the contrary of emptiness, it's very important for us to make sure that we don't fall into nihilism. For that, as a reminder for us, we require as many times the reinforcing and the instructions as to how not to fall into nihilism in the pursuit of emptiness. So, the first thing that we need to learn is that the first thing is that why we need to get into emptiness. So for that, what we said is that we all share one thing in common, whatever religion, whatever ethnicity, whatever gender, we all share one thing in common. That is, we don't want suffering. And this is the common fact which is universally a reality for all of us. Then the question is, what does it mean by suffering in the first place? Yes, I do experience suffering. I don't want this. And yet, what is it? And then philosophically, when people start to discuss on this, then they just go into philosophizing what it is. And then they say, then some go to the extent of saying that, oh no, suffering is just purely subjective. So there's no fixed definition. This is what people think. But yesterday what we learned is that suffering is nothing. Suffering is just the manifestation of the lack of freedom. Lack of freedom, to put it in easy form, lack of freedom. And lack of freedom has various degrees from 0.1 through to 100%. That this is the lack of freedom. And the lack of freedom, when it hits beyond, of course it depends on the threshold of the lack of freedom, how much you can tolerate the lack of freedom, tolerate miseries. Some people, the degree of the tolerance is very high, some people is very low. So with the small, say the triggers, you feel so disturbed. For some people, the trigger can be so complicated, extremely intense and strong. Still, they can have a sense of resilience and they could take it. So the point is that, but the universal fact is that nobody wants suffering. And what is the suffering? As I said earlier, this is the lack of freedom. And don't just believe in what I'm saying, and just try to, particularly if you belong to the category who think that the suffering is purely subjective, we cannot define it. The definition or the meaning, precise meaning is the lack of freedom. Now with this, where lies the root of all these problems? Where lies the root of the problem? Yes, I know that the lack of freedom is something which I dislike, and I don't want suffering. I know that, but where lies this? For example, like the fire. If you are being tortured, tormented by the fire, then our job is to remove the fuel. When the fuel, as long as the fuel is there, the fire will continue. So our job is to remove the fuel, knowing that the fuel is the root of that fire. So likewise, so where lies the root of all these miseries? So the Buddha taught that it is ignorance. And of course we have the trust in the Buddha, but the Buddha himself advised us has advised us not to follow blindly. So what the Buddha taught, that ignorance as the root of suffering, how to evaluate this? This is as per the Buddha's advice, where we need to examine, we need to analyze. So where lies the root of all the problems? And the Buddha taught ignorance, and how can we verify this? This is a question. So for that, the metaphor oftentimes the Buddha gave, and then the succeeding the followers of the Buddha, great teachers like Arya Nagarjuna, Bodhisattva Deva, Acharya Nagabodhi, and Acharya Buddhapalita, Acharya Chandragati, Bodhisattva Shantideva, and Bodhisattva Chandrakshita, all these great teachers, they gave this example of the dream. And so where we see the problems, there are so many kinds of problems. It's not like 1, 10, 100,000. That's innumerable. So how can I possibly identify where lies the root? So to make things easy for us, something which we can easily grasp at, something which can easily comprehend, so the metaphor of dream is given. Just see if you agree with this. See if it makes some sense. To see if it resonates with your thinking. Say, in the dream, how many you like to have a pleasant dream? How many like to have how many you like to have a pleasant dream? Pleasant dream? Okay, we all like to have a pleasant dream. All like to have a pleasant dream. Now my next question. How many of you will have pleasant dream tonight? How many of you will have pleasant dream tonight? Okay, we cannot be sure. We cannot be sure. We cannot be sure. Which means, why? Why you are not going to have the pleasant dream tonight? Okay, maybe I'll ask Shahala. Why are you not going to have pleasant dream tonight? Why not? We like it. Shahala.
I like it, but I don't have the control or the option to decide whether it comes or not.
I cannot decide. I don't have the control. I don't have the freedom to choose the pleasant dream. I don't have the freedom. So from this what we learned is that however pleasant the dream is, let me repeat it, however pleasant the dream is, one problem with the dream is, even the pleasant dreams, one problem with this that we don't have the freedom to choose it. This is the problem. Okay, how many agree with me? Raise hands. How many agree with me? Raise hands. Thank you. And some people may say, oh, that is what is known as lucid dream. Lucid dream. Lucid dream doesn't mean that you have the freedom to choose. Lucid dream means a dream where you are aware that you're dreaming. It doesn't mean that you have, you can choose the dream. We have to make, these are nuances. We need to make a distinction between these two things. Lucid dream where you are aware that you're dreaming versus the freedom in choosing the dream. These two are very different. Let's not confuse between the two. So, however pleasant the dream is, we don't have the freedom to choose the dream. Likewise, for each one of us, samsara is like a dream. And like a dream, there are two things to make note of when the metaphor of the dream is given to our existence in samsara. Two things. One is that there's full of suffering. Even there's pains there. There are pains, plus there are some happiness. But even this happiness is like the pleasant dreams. Painful experiences, there are unpleasant dreams. And however the pleasant the dreams are, we don't have the freedom. Likewise, we don't have the freedom to choose the happiness. Tomorrow's happiness, Although we say, oh, tomorrow we're going to have a picnic, but whether the picnic will happen or the building will collapse, we never know. So Delhi, just recently, 2-3 days ago, there was an earthquake. It was not too strong, but there was an earthquake. And then earthquakes happen everywhere. So whether the earthquake falls to kill us, or whether we'll have the picnic first, we don't know, although we plan. So what I'm saying is that even the pleasant dreams, even the pleasant experiences of samsara, we're not sure whether we'll get these. These are the realities. So with the dream, there are two things. One is that we don't have the freedom to choose to dream. Likewise in samsara, unpleasant feelings, we don't want it, but we don't have the freedom not to have them. Anybody can go through any difficult the phase of their life. You can be a billionaire. You can be such a successful person as an orator or celebrity, or they say a CEO of a company, or the presidents, prime ministers, or so whatever, very famous singer or artist, whatever, and the next day you can have cancer. We never know. Terminal illness, we never know. And today I'm talking so much of as well, like I'm so fit and fine. But next day, we never know. I can be hospitalized. We never know. So these are the realities. So where we fail to see these things, then we live in the illusion of freedom. We live in the illusion of independence and freedom. So this is the problem. This is where the dream, one of the characteristics of the dream, pleasant, unpleasant, however pleasant dream is, the characteristic is that you don't have the freedom to choose the dream. Likewise, in samsara, dream of samsara, we have no freedom to choose what tomorrow is going to be like. This is reality, one. Now the more important thing about the dream metaphor is that the moment you come to, say, you have a dream of a building collapsing on you because of the earthquake, and you feel that you're dead now. I'm dead. There's so much of fear, trauma. You're traumatized with so much fear that I'm dead now. When you say I'm dead, and your mother wakes you up, you feel so relieved. So this relief is what you want. What I want. We want this relief. And how come that you got this relief? Anyone? How come that you got this relief? Anyone quick? In the dream, you dreamt of a building falling on you, and then you think that you are dead. And then your mother wakes you up, and you feel, wow, it's just a dream. Okay, tell me, your fear dissolves. So what makes the fear dissolve when you wake up? Quick. Someone? Huh? Elvira. Elvira, you are there?
Ну, во сне мы ничего не можем ничего во сне сделать. Мы лишь можем себя уговаривать.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Tambur, sorry. Olvra.
Yes, hello, Geshe. I think it's because we know that we are all right when we wake up. We are safe. It's okay. And the thing that was happening before, it was not real. That's fine.
Okay. How many agree with Olvra? How many agree with her? Raise hands. That in the dream, we thought it was real. When you wake up, we see that it's not real. So the relief comes. Okay. This is very important. I would say, for those of us who are already exposed to the concept of emptiness, for you this is like a revision and more like a synopsis. A synopsis being drawn. And then for those of us who are new to this is a very important concept. We learn, and then we see that there is a possibility for all the possibility of freedom from all forms of lack of freedom, from all forms of miseries. There's a possibility for freedom. Okay, so what is that? For this we need to learn. In fact, recently we had the retreat, 2-day study retreat, online study retreat to the Russian audience a few days ago, and now we're doing this for the Israeli audience. Of course, others also internationally. Now this is incredibly great tool for us, technology where anybody can join, and so this is very important for us, that the same 3 points related to dream, in being in the dream, and 3 points related to in the waking state. Let me repeat it. 3 points related to dream and 3 points related to the waking state. So say 3 points related to dream is the metaphor for the 3 points being in samsara. 3 points being out of dream is the metaphor for three points related to liberation or nirvana. So what are the 2 sets of the 3 points? The first one is, my question to you is, seeing the dream as real, as the lady said before, that in the dream we thought it was real. So seeing the dream as real, objectively real. I'm using the word objective. Seeing the dream as objectively real. Is that ignorance or this is wisdom? Anyone? Quick, to save time. Seeing the dream as real is ignorance or wisdom? Adriana?
It's ignorance, because the dream is a dream.
Okay, it's ignorance. It's ignorance. How many agree with Adriana? Raise hands. Is ignorance. Very good. It's ignorance. Number 1. Seeing the dream as real, seeing the dream as objective real is ignorance. Number 1. The first set of 3. The first point is, first set of 3 points. Point 1 is, seeing the dream as real is ignorance. If possible, try to note it down. These are very helpful tips for us and very easy for us to remember the points. And based on that, whenever we go through difficulties, whenever we go through the feeling of the hopelessness, think of these points. This will give you a sense of hope. It will revive the sense of hope within you, and it will give you joy. Okay. This is number 1. Seeing the dream as real is ignorance. Number 1. Number 2. Seeing the dream as real, seeing the dream as objective real, happens in the dream or outside the dream? This is my next question. Let me repeat it. Seeing the dream as objective real happens in the dream or outside the dream? This is my question. Okay, we have online participant, most likely the youngest participant here, the Manvik. Manvik, come here. Manvik? Okay, come here. So you should be on the screen. Yes. How old are you? In the mic. Speak in the mic.
I'm 9 years old.
You're how many years old?
9 years old.
9 years old. Okay. So what's the answer?
Outside the dream.
Okay, so seeing the dream as objective real happens in the dream or outside dream? Okay, seeing dream as real happens in the dream. Okay, how many agree with Manvik? Raise hands. Very good. Thank you, Manvik. Thank you. Okay. So the Manvik says, seeing the dream as objective real happens in the dream. This is number 2. Number 3, outcome. The outcome of seeing the dream as objective real. What's the outcome? Outcome is fear. Seeing the dream as objectively, seeing the dream of the building falling upon you as objective real. Outcome is fear, loss of freedom. Outcome is loss of freedom. Okay, so this is the first set of the 3 points. Likewise, in samsara, we see things as, number 1, we see things as objective real. We see things objective real. Number 1. That is ignorance. Number 2, that it happens in the dream of self-grasping ignorance. In the dream of ignorance, it happens. Number 2. Number 3, outcome is lack of freedom. Lack of freedom, and at times, extremely painful experiences, lack of freedom. This is what is happening in the dream. Okay. The next set of 3. Now, seeing the dream as empty, seeing the dream as coming from a mind, as subjectively coming from a mind, coming from a subjective mind. Seeing the dream as coming from your mind or as subjectively the subjective mind. That is ignorance or wisdom. It is wisdom. Let me repeat it. Seeing the dream as subjectively as coming from the subjective mind, not from the object. Is empty from the object, is from the mind. That is wisdom, number 1. Number 2, this wisdom happens, seeing the dream as not real. Seeing the dream as coming from the mind, not really from the object. It's coming from the mind, happens in the dream or during waking state. When does that happen? Manvik, when? Okay, Manvik said is waking state. So now he's become expert. Okay, so this young boy has become expert. He says that seeing the dream as coming from your subjective mind, it happens in the waking state, number 2, which means you have to wake up. Number 3, what is the outcome when you see the dream? When you see dream as subjectively real, it's not objectively, it's empty of objective reality. So what's the outcome? Your fear dissolves. Your fear dissolves. Now, of the two choices of the outcomes, where the fear arises, where the fear dissolves, which of the two do you prefer? We prefer the second one. We prefer the second one, where the fear dissolves. And if you want to have the fear dissolves, if you want to have the fear dissolve, what should we do? What should we do? We have to wake up. We have to wake up from the sleep of ignorance. If you don't want to have the nightmare, if you don't want to have the fear of the building collapsing on you in the dream, what should you do? Wake up. Wake up. Likewise, if you don't want to go through the suffering in samsara, lack of freedom in samsara, so which are all happening because we're seeing the dream as real, what should we do? Wake up from the sleep of ignorance. It is because of this that the Buddha is revered as the fully awakened one. Let me repeat it. It's because of this that the Buddha is revered as the fully awakened one. So our job is to wake up. Wake up, and you see that the suffering that we are going through is not your true nature. Your true nature is a state freed of samsara, freed of pains, freed of suffering. Okay, this is what it is. Then next question is, how should we wake up? This question. Of course, we have only now 2 sessions left. Now one session is almost gone and another 1 session is left. And we can't expect to learn how to wake up within just 2 sessions. But we should get a clue that there's a possibility for me to wake up and all my fears of samsara can be stopped. This is possible for everyone. Even today, the nastiest person, or the person is the greatest indulgence, or the persons of underground, whatever, all the nasty things that person is involved in, even that person can wake up. Wake up to be freed from all the pains of samsara, and then instead of harming others, embracing others, all others, will total love and affection can happen when a person wakes up to discover one's own true reality. Okay, so having said this, the next is how to wake up. So it's more like a crash course, it's not like a detailed explanation, it's not a detailed exposition, it's going to be a very quick intro, so that like the rough map. Once you get the rough road map, then you have to take this road map and go into the places where you can actually find the the actual procedure as how to wake up from the sleep of ignorance. Okay. So for this, yesterday we talked about two things, that to go to study emptiness, to wake up. Wake up, okay. When you wake up, how does it help? What I'm saying is a dream. The metaphor oftentimes given about the samsara, like a dream. It has two benefits. One is to realize that just as a dream, the dream is something which symbolizes the lack of freedom. We don't have the freedom to choose the dream. Like for samsara, any experiences in samsara, we don't have the freedom to choose. This is reality. So lack of freedom, that is the meaning of samsara. Even what we call as a success, the so-called success, in whatever way, like monetary, in monetary sense, in a position, in the form of position, in the form of the physical beauty, physical strength, or the power, status. So these are all, we don't have the freedom to choose that. We don't have the freedom to choose that. Today you can be a billionaire, tomorrow you feel total liquidation and you are totally bankrupt tomorrow. So I remember there was one, a Nobel laureate, whose foundation has about like few $1 million for the foundation. And the very next day, it just went zero, balance zero. So these things happen, total uncertainty. What does it mean by uncertainty? Where you don't have the freedom to choose what the next moment is going to be like. This is reality. And if I ask this question to you, okay, today you may feel that, oh, this is more like philosophical discussion, more like religious discussion. But if you think carefully, let's say, who can be that sure of where will you, today is what? Today is 13th? Today is 13th. 13th June. So 13th June 2027. Just tell me, is there anybody who can tell me with surety that you will be in this place or enjoying this, or with your mom, with your dad, with your brother, sister, wife, children, whatever? How many you can give me a signature saying that 100% maybe after 1 year I'll be in this place? Raise hands. No one. So now, if not after 1 year, after 6 months, we can say most likely this is my plan, but I cannot be sure. After 1 month, after 1 week, after 1 day, next day, tomorrow, nobody can be sure. Nobody. Even the best of the doctors cannot predict it with 100% surety. So this is the reality, and it's because that we live in because that we see everybody is going through the same plight. So therefore, it's like normal. It's actually not normal. This is very scary. If we don't contemplate on this is a different story. If you contemplate on this, it's very, very scary. It's very scary. It's very scary. This is reality, but it's very scary. For example, say if you're a prisoner, and then every day you are moved from one place to another place, and sometimes you receive beatings, sometimes you are getting the electrocution and so forth, extreme painful experiences. Sometimes you are more relaxed. The moment next day you are moved, and then again, where will I end up tomorrow? This will be the fear. So this is actually this is very dynamic, or this is very dramatic when it leads to the prison case. But actually we are in the prison of samsara. This is reality. We don't know what the tomorrow is going to be like. And we can say that most likely tomorrow I'll be healthy. But we never know. Okay, so having said this, the wise people are the ones who can see all these things and then take steps to stop all these the problems of the lack of freedom. So how to stop this? So as I said earlier, the metaphor of the dream is very powerful, is very relevant, and you can relate to this very easily. So, the moment you wake up from the dream, nothing as a content of the dream can affect you. Otherwise, the dream contents can affect you. For example, I remember, say, many years ago, I think about maybe how many years ago, like 30 years ago, 30 or more than 30, 35, 37 years ago, during the Mind Life conference in His Holiness's residence in Dharamsala, Mind Life conference, a conference where the brilliant neuroscientists and His Holiness, primarily is His Holiness and the brilliant neuroscientists, they meet, they discuss on mind and brain. And then I think the third or the fourth year of the conference, His Holiness also included the board or the committee to include other people, not just the neuroscientists and His Holiness, but to bring scholars, theologians, or even the biologists, the neuroscientists from the different countries and from different disciplines like physics, chemistry, philosophers. So His Holiness advised the board to broaden, to include, to be more inclusive. And at one point there was the lady theologian. She was also part of this conference. And then her presentation was very beautiful. She said that she shared just the anecdote, in form of anecdote. So what she said was that a lady was sleeping in a room, and while she was fast asleep, then a big black creature from the window, a black creature came to her. And the black creature, the very hairy black one, came over her to overwhelm her. And the lady thought that now I'm dead. And the black creature just stayed there and told the lady, now what should I do? You have created me. What should I do now? Okay. How many understood this now? How many understood this? So actually it was the lady's dream. And the lady thought the black creature was overpowering her from the window. And the black creature told her that I'm created by you. You are dreaming me. I'm created by you, and now what should I do? What next should I do? Okay. So this is so beautifully presented. So how the dreams, you create the dreams and the dreams affect you. Not knowing that it was your creation. So whole samsara, whole existence, all the existences, they are nothing but the play of one's own mind. Yet it's not that easy to discover it. It's not that easy to discover it, and even if you discover it, they say our tendencies will not agree with this information. So our job is to be very consistent to get over the tendencies through this knowledge. This knowledge is so precious, and then work to get over the tendencies, and then wake up fully from the sleep of ignorance. And then you are, the moment you wake up, the black creature cannot do anything, cannot affect you in any ways, knowing that it's not real. Likewise, you have a extremely extreme confidence that whatever I'm saying is pure the play of my mind, then nothing can affect you. That is a freedom. That's a freedom. Where all the painful experiences, painful tears will stop. Okay, so with this in mind, the dream, to know the dream as dream, that is so important. That is a key to stopping the long-term solution to all our problems. Otherwise, today, okay, let's say that somebody who is a beggar, who hardly gets anything to eat, and then gradually he or she is being very successful, suddenly success takes over, and then he was very successful. In fact, there was one gentleman, there was one Indian teacher, Indian guru, And then that guru is extremely kind, so kind. It's amazing. So why I'm saying that unpredictability, uncertainty of samsara. So a person who was once somebody who did not have anything to eat, hardly anything to eat, and suddenly become so ultra rich, and again become very poor. This is uncertain to life. So for example, there was a real story. There was one gentleman, and he is very funny. That guru is so kind, and wherever this Indian teacher, he comes, all the villagers, they come to seek advice from him, to seek blessings from him, then make some offerings, fruits, and just leave everything on at his feet. And the guru, as the people come, he would give fruits to each one of them, fruits, something to eat, and they would request for some prayers or some blessings and some advice. And there was this gentleman who did not have anything to eat, so he came and joined the queue, and he got his share of the fruit. And again he would take the second round. He would come for the second round, because he's going to get the second fruit. And the guru is so smart. Guru is more smart than this man. And guru knew that this man is coming two times. And the guru pretended he did not know, right? And the man thought he's very smart. He's very smart, and he got the second share of the fruit, so that at least he gets something to eat from the guru. And then one day, the guru told him to sit beside him. And when everybody is gone, ask the man by the guru. And the guru did not, still the guru pretended that he didn't know. He just said that everybody comes and everybody has some request to make. They ask for blessings, or they ask for some advice. But whenever you come, you have nothing you don't ask for anything. You don't ask for money, you don't ask for help, you don't ask for advice. And then this man was very honest. He told the guru that, what advice do I need? I hardly have anything to eat. First, my belly is stomach, so what advice? No, so therefore I come here 2 rounds every day to get 2 fruits from you. So that at least survives me for the whole day. So the guru said, don't worry. So at the moment, your mouth is not getting food. And later in your life, the food will not get your mouth. This is a prophecy the guru made. And after about 20 years, and guru passed away, and then I met this gentleman. And I heard the story already, and then after a while, I met the gentleman, in person. And me, without telling me about all these things happened to you, he shared this with me. He said that, like 20 years ago, I was so poor young man. I hardly had anything. And I was going there to meet the guru for fruits. And then one day the guru made the prophecy that today your mouth is not getting food, and after a few years the food will not get your mouth, which means that you are going to become so rich that there was so much food there you cannot eat everything, so the food will not get your mouth. And he became the hotelier. He became the hotel owner of, say, not 5-star hotel, but 3-star hotel. He became the owner of 2 or 3 the hotels. And he totally illiterate. Somehow he was all boot suit and travels with his sons, daughters-in-law, the wife, all over the world on holidays. So what I'm saying is that this is uncertainty of life. Now, uncertainty of life means you are affected by the contents of the samsaric dreams. So who is the wise? The wise people are those people who look for the lasting solution. What is the lasting solution? Say, just to get some, okay, you become rich today, but anytime you can become poor, anytime. Anytime liquidation can happen, bankruptcy can happen to us. It's really unreliable. But it doesn't mean that don't take care of the material things. Don't take care of your family responsibilities. No, there's not a meaning. Take utmost care of the family responsibilities to make sure that you have your material things are taken care of. Your cars, you have good cars. No need to abandon them. This is very good. Be inspiration. Meanwhile, don't compromise to look for the lasting solution. To have these things, plus looking for lasting solutions, there's no contradiction that this is the wisest person. So, this is what we can do to make sure that you become role model in the conventional world, where people see that, okay, she is into, say, looking for a lasting solution. Meanwhile, she is rich, she's very healthy, and she's renowned. So people, everybody, conventional world, the people are looking for that, and you have all these. So you are the best person. Meanwhile, you are looking for something else. You're looking for a lasting solution, where all the uncertainty stops. You're absolutely freed from all the painful tears. So this is what we should be looking for. So with this in mind, so to know the dream as dream, this is the key. How to know the dream as dream? Wake up. So the Buddha is revered as the fully awakened one. So the next question is, how to wake up? So for this, we say by waking up, the mechanism by which we are benefited, or by which we get the benefit when we wake up, is by seeing the dream as subjectively real, that the dream is empty of objective reality. So this is what we need to know. So dream metaphor, the first one, the dream as totally uncertain. There's no freedom for you to choose dream, just number one part. From this you will feel disillusioned by the dream like samsara. Lack of freedom. Everywhere is pervaded by the lack of freedom. And second part is how to be freed from the lack of freedom. By knowing the dream as dream. How? By waking up. By waking up, how does it help? By that all the fears dissolve, outcome, all the fears in the dream dissolve. And how does it happen? By seeing the dream as not real, empty of being real, empty of objective reality. So, empty of objective reality is the meaning of emptiness. So, how do we get there? Emptiness. And emptiness, of course, there's always a tendency for somebody to easily fall into emptiness, to be understood as nihilism. So this must be avoided. How to avoid that, how to get the proper understanding of emptiness is by knowing this. Very simply put, I said first, emptiness equals dependent origination, and dependent origination equals the middle way. This is very important for those of us who already heard it many times. This is going to be like the reinforcing, the understanding, reinforcing factor for us to have this experience deeply ingrained in our mind. For those of us who are new, these are very important. Otherwise, people easily fall into nihilism. So, the first, emptiness equals middle way, emptiness equals dependent origination, and dependent origination equals the middle way. So, I'm quickly explain what it means. So, when you say A equals B, B equals C, by default, you are saying A equals C. So likewise, we say emptiness equals dependent origination, and dependent origination equals the middle way. Therefore, emptiness means the middle way, is not nihilism, is the middle way. Okay, so for this, we have to know how emptiness equals dependent origination and how dependent origination equals the middle way. So first, emptiness equals the middle way. 5 points. To know how emptiness equals the middle way, we need to know 5 points. The first is emptiness. And number 2, emptiness doesn't mean nothingness. Emptiness is a short form of emptiness of independent existence. Let me repeat it. The first is emptiness, and number two, emptiness is a short form of emptiness of independent existence. For example, we talk about who. Who, I'm not asking who's who, I'm asking World Health Organization. Who is a short form of World Health Organization. It doesn't mean who are you. So likewise, emptiness, it doesn't mean empty. It means the empty of independent existence, number two. Number three, emptiness of independent existence means nothing exists independently, number three. Emptiness of independent existence means nothing exists independently, number three. Nothing exists independently, number three. Number four, nothing exists independently means everything exists by dependence, number four. Everything exists by dependence, number four. Everything exists by dependence means everything is dependently originated. Dependently existent, dependently originated. This is number five. Okay, let me repeat it once more. To understand that emptiness equals dependent origination, we need to know the 5 points. First, emptiness. Number two, emptiness is a short form of emptiness of independent existence. Number three, emptiness of independent existence means nothing exists independently. Number four, nothing exists independent means everything exists by dependence. Number five, everything exists by dependence means everything is dependently existent or originated, dependent originated. So with these 5 points, we deduce emptiness equals dependent origination. Okay, let me repeat it. The first, emptiness. Number two, emptiness is a short form of emptiness of independent existence. Number three, emptiness of independent existence means nothing exists independently. Number four, nothing exists independent means everything exists dependently. Everything exists dependently. Number five, everything exists dependently means everything is dependently existent or dependently originated. So these are 5 points with which we deduce that emptiness equals dependent origination. The next, how is dependent origination, how is it equal to the middle way? How is it that dependent origination equals the middle way? And again, for this we need to know two things. Dependent origination has two sides, dependence and origination. Let me repeat it. So how do we know dependent origination equals the middle way? For this we need to know 2 points. One, they say a dependent origination has two sides. One is dependence and the other one is origination. When we say dependence is the opposite of which is independence. So when you say dependent, it rejects independence. And independence and absolute reality, these two mean the same. So when you say dependent, it rejects the extreme of absolutism, extreme of independence. Extreme of independence or extreme of absolutism. Number two is origination. When you say origination means something comes into origination, something comes into existence. What's the opposite of existence? Non-existence or nihilism. So when you say origination, it rejects the extreme of nihilism. Or first, dependent, it rejects the extreme of absolutism. Origination, it rejects the extreme of nihilism. Bringing the two together rejects the two extremes. Rejecting the true extreme is following the middle way. So therefore, dependent origination equals to the middle way. Now, from bringing the two together, emptiness equals dependent origination and dependent origination equals the middle way. Bringing the two together, we can deduce that emptiness equals the middle way. It is not nihilism, it is not absolutism. Now for information, we need to know that the emptiness and dependent origination, they should always come side by side. These two should be always seen as two sides of the same coin. Let me repeat it. Emptiness and dependent origination, these should be always seen as two sides of the same coin. If one is missing, there's a problem. Okay, let me share with you what the problem is. Emptiness dependent origination is the same coin. If it's emptiness without dependent origination, this becomes nihilism. When the dependent origination has no role, then emptiness becomes pure nihilism. Emptiness without dependent origination, it is nihilism. And dependent origination without emptiness, this is absolutism. So the two together will remove the two extremes. That is the middle way. This is so important. And practical application of this understanding. The practical application of this understanding. Okay, how many of you use T-strainers? Nowadays people hardly use T-strainers. How many use T-strainers? So offline we have Bhumigaji, and we have Olga, we have Maturi, okay, we have Olga there, and Sudeshna is there. Okay, so I will ask Olga Letuk, what is the job of T-strainer?
Задача тренера состоит... Задача тренера состоит прежде всего в последовательном процессе обучения от нуля до определенного результата, то есть освоение навыков твоими воспитанниками. Ну, в общем, это такой сложный достаточно.
Okay, Chesenbai, tell Olga that I'm asking, what is the job of T-strainer? I'm not asking for lesson on emptiness. I'm asking for lesson on T-strainer, use of T-strainer. What's the use of T-strainer? What is it? T-strainer. What is the use of T-strainer? This is my question. Okay, anyone? Okay, Sigal.
Функция сита для чая оставлять наверху то, что уже не нужно, чтобы вниз шел нектар, который пригодно для употребления.
Okay, thank you. How many agree with this? The job of the tree strainer is to stop all the non-drinkable tea leaves and let the drinkable tea flow freely. How many agree with this? Raise hands. Thank you. This is perfect. So, emptiness and dependent origination, these two actually work like a tea strainer in practical, related to practical application. What it does is that just the tea strainer blocks the non-drinkable tea, it stops the non-drinkable tea leaves. Likewise, the emptiness and dependent origination, emptiness will block all the disturbing emotions, including fears, anger, the three poisons, afflictions, anger, attachment, fear, and so forth. And with the resultant state, all the painful tears will be stopped by understanding of emptiness. This is the one job. Second job is it will freely let flow. It will freely let flow the drinkable tea. Likewise, understanding dependent origination, two sides of the same coin. Dependent origination understanding will let you have the virtuous qualities, compassion, understanding, inclusivity, embracing, the spirit of brotherhood, sisterhood, all will be encouraged. All these good qualities will grow like a waxing moon with the understanding of dependent origination. So therefore, the emptiness concept along with the dependent origination will serve as a tea strainer in your practical life. And for the knowledge course, the courses which we briefly explained yesterday, the course that we are giving. So here I'm getting many feedbacks, many good feedbacks from the people who are joining the courses, who did the course earlier, like 8 years, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. So we see that there are people whose stories are very inspiring. So who said that their mind has become much more calm, and the aggression has subsided. Aggression subsided and the calmness exudes. So this is what many people are reported is very inspiring. Of course, these are all the blessings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the blessings of the incredible great Nalanda Masters. Their teachings, the Buddha and the great Nalanda Masters, their teachings, when percolated, we get this benefit. So this is where all your destructive emotions or the painful experiences are stopped, and the good qualities, the virtues will grow like a waxing moon. So this benefit of understanding emptiness. Okay, so we are just 1 o'clock sharp, and so we will come back in 1 hour, exactly 1 hour from now, and then again Shahala. The way we did yesterday, if there are questions, I expect the questions they send to Shahala or DFI, and then the Shahala as the moderator will ask the questions at the end. Okay, so let us recite the Harsuta mantra 3 times, or Buddha Shakyamuni mantra, Tinjula. Buddha Shakyamuni verse and the mantra 3 times together. We'll say this together. Okay, we'll say this together 3 times. Tagge doje shage reso chon shenge meto dege bonjomba sergelumbo tabo jebe ko shage yebo chala chaselo Muni Mahamunaye Swaha 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 Muni Mahamunaye Swaha. Okay, we'll come back in 1 hour. Okay, Shahala, shall we begin? Don't show it.
Yes,
The mic.
Geshe-la, thank you very much. We can start.
Okay, thank you, Shahala. Alright. Ben, if you are doing the screen sharing, would you mind doing the screen sharing of the Ye Dharma mantra? We'll recite this mantra 3 times together. And Benla, Ye Dharma mantra, I'll recite and everybody will join with me instead of the recording. Okay, so basically we are reciting this mantra with by contemplating, by reflecting on the meanings of this mantra. And if we contemplate on the meanings, the benefit would be multiplied exponentially. And without the meanings reflected, it's just like, of course there's a benefit, at the same time it's more like playing the recording, and this just like an inanimate object. So instead, if you contemplate the meaning, this will be greatly beneficial. And the meaning, as you see here, it says all phenomena arise from causes. The causes are taught by the Tathagata. Whatever is the cessation of these causes is taught thus by the great seer. So this is talking about the cause and effect. Albert Einstein talked about the whole universe being governed by the physical law of cause and effect, and the Buddha indicated that the whole universe is operating based on the universal law of cause and effect. Albert Einstein only added the word physical law of cause and effect, and Buddha, for Buddha, it's not just physical, it's mental also. So, and all in all, the Buddha actually taught this 2,500 years ago, the cause and effect. And Einstein, about like 100 years ago, he talked about the physical law of cause and effect. So here, what we need to keep in mind is that it reminds me of the episode that happened, an anecdote that happened at the time of the Buddha, that it was usually subscribed to the Arhat Shariputra. Said that Shariputra once, when he was going for alms round, and he saw a young mother cuddling her newborn baby and eating a fish and beating a dog. This was what Shariputra saw. And looking at it, Shariputra having the power to see the previous lives. So he was so fascinated, and in a way he said that this is the source of the disillusionment of samsara. So what he said in Tibetan is Pasha Sashing Maladung Rangrito Pandukun Terekoe Ngansula Tena Kyo Tinike. So the rough translation is that the young lady, she's eating the flesh of the father and beating the mother and cuddling the enemy. This is the nature of samsara, how exhausting. So this is what Shariputra, let me repeat it. This lady, the young mother, who was cuddling her newborn baby. The previous life, the newborn baby was her deadliest enemy, the neighbor, who was the deadliest enemy. And just mere thought of the neighbor, you have such a feeling of the anger and mental disturbance. And then in a previous life, her father who passed away, and then took birth as a fish, and the ladies eating the fish, eating the father's flesh, and the beating the mother, beating the dog, who was the rebirth of the mother of this, the lady. So, and for the lady, this is totally obvious. This is totally normal. There's nothing to feel sad about, because for her it's like a normal person. Okay, you have a child, you have a pet dog, and you are eating a fish, you're enjoying fish, and then you're beating the pet dog. So this is very normal. But in the eyes of somebody who can see the bigger reality, cause and effect, bigger reality, cause and effect, could see that this is a very strange phenomenon, which if you are to really see your past life, then for sure you will feel deep sense of the disillusionment of samsara, the uncertainty, and that will give rise to the disillusionment. So, you were as a little girl was there with your father, mother, with the parents, and always fighting with the neighbor, so much of love and affection to your father, mother love you so much, so this property will all go to my daughter, and the neighbor is being so nasty, we have to make sure that this neighbor is taught a lesson so that our daughter will not suffer in the future. The neighbor died, the father died, the mother died. And the neighbor took birth as her own child, the daughter's child. And the daughter's cuddling the child as so precious. And the father died, father took birth as a fish and eating the fish. And the mother died, took birth as a dog, as a pet dog. And pet dog expecting some fish from the owner, the girl. And the girl was beating the dog to shoot the dog away. So this was the situation. So we never know. Today, say you are a girl, you are a boy, you are born as Israeli, or you are born as whatever country, and with this religion, that religion, and then what next life? We never know. Totally unpredictable, totally uncertain. So this is where we fail to know these things. Then all these conflicts amongst the family members, between the neighbors and yourself, in the community, on the national level and on the international level, all these conflicts happen because of this lack of recognition of the reality. So therefore, and the first thing is that we can talk about yourself, you can talk about your country, you can talk about your religion, you can talk about your ethnicity and so forth. But the first thing is yourself. What next in this life, next life is totally uncertain. So wise people will think of the long term, not only today, this life, but the next life. What will unite all of us of this life in time and in space is that we are all sentient beings. We all want happiness, we don't want suffering. It's not that, so I should be the winner, I should get everything. And sometimes even in the family, this is very sad. Where, amongst the siblings, one sibling is, more dominant over the other siblings, and where the parents passed away, and one sibling is trying to get everything for himself or herself, and then disregarding the plight of the other siblings. So this is in a way, it is like, one bullying others. But on the other hand, that person accumulates so much of negative karma that you will suffer in a similar way, worse than this, in the future lifetimes. So, for that matter, we need to be able to learn how to see the cause and effect relationship on a large scale, in time and in space. So, this mantra will help us where we recite this mantra on a daily basis, may my conviction in the efficacy, cause and effect. So if I want to enjoy mango, if I don't want to suffer the bitterness, then don't plant bitter gourd. Don't plant bitter gourd. If you like mangoes, plant mango seeds, not bitter gourd seeds. Don't expect mango to grow by planting bitter gourd seed. So this is I'm talking about your lasting goal, long-term solution for yourself, long-term solution, where you will say you after 10 years, after 20 years, after 30 years, and you in your next life, and so forth. So we may think that, okay, next life, who knows what, 30 years after, who knows. Okay, so when I was a little boy, maybe 10 years old, if somebody tells me, okay, 40 years later, I would say, oh, when will that happen? And today is already real. Today is a reality. Today, this is the time when this young boy who said that, when will this 40 years later will happen? Now it happened. So it will happen for us. So the wise people are the ones who can see way ahead of time things of the future, way out of the time. And unwise people will see only today and the reality of the future. They see it as something, oh, who knows what, and then they are being totally oblivious to these. So we should be wise. We should be wise. And how to be wise? The wise people will look for the correct information, complete information, and the systematic information. So information that we get from the Buddha, so these pertain primarily as a long-term solution for our own welfare, to stop all the painful tears of this life and in the future lives, prepare us to stop all painful tears. Otherwise, seemingly as very successful person, very competent person, but in actuality does not know how to stop the painful tears. So this is where this mantra plays a very important role for us, to remind us that this is reality, and you must learn, you must learn the efficacy on cause and effect, where if you want to enjoy mangoes, don't plant bitter gourd seeds, plant mango seeds. If you plant mango with the bitter gourd seeds, don't expect mangoes, only bitter gourd will grow. So this is what we need to learn from this, and then get deeper and deeper, not just first intellectual understanding, and followed by the conviction, through the contemplation, and then finally experiential transformation within mind, where you see that it becomes like your second nature. It becomes like your second nature to follow the cause and effect so efficaciously, where you follow the cause and effect so efficaciously with the proper correct information, complete information, and systematic information, you are bound to get to the state of total freedom, where all painful tears will stop, and your ease will expand to infinity, and that you become such a reliable guide, the way and the manner in which the Prince Siddhartha turned out to be, and where unfolding of the Buddha nature, he became such a reliable guide to lead all the beings, infinite beings, human beings, animals, insects, hungry ghosts, god and goddesses, spirits, and even the ecosystem. They are all brought to such a state of balance and harmony. So this is what we will become if you follow the footsteps as taught by the Buddha Shakyamuni himself. So with this mind, let's recite this Ye Dharma mantra, and by contemplating on the meanings as much as possible, 3 times. Om Ye Dharma Hetu Prabhava Hetum Tesham Tathagato Yavatat Tesham Chayo Nirodha Evam Vate Mahashramanaye Swaha. Om Mam Hetu Prabhavam Hetum tesham dathagato hyavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam mahashramanaye swaha. Om yedarama hetu prabhavam hetum tesham dathagato hyavatat tesham chayo nirodha evam vate mahashramanaye swaha. Meaning of dependent origin mantra. All phenomena arise from causes. The causes are taught by the Tathagata. Whatever is the cessation of these causes is taught thus by the great seer. Okay, Bella, if you're doing the screen sharing, we are on verse, I think, verse 9. Okay, verse 10 actually. Verse 10. Okay, now the so what I would suggest is that after studying this, what I'm sharing with you is going to be very in the form of a cursory, in very cursory form, and I would suggest you to study this more detail later on. And so what we read is that the okay, verse number 9. Verse number 9, yes. Okay, it says, to help heal sentient beings. O benefactor, you have taught the peerless reason to ascertain emptiness, the heart of the teaching. So what we learned in the first session is that the emptiness equals dependent origination, and dependent origination equals middle way. So emptiness, to make the full import, the meaning and the import of the emptiness, the linking, the factor which can link us, which can connect us to the understanding of emptiness, is dependent origination. Verse 10 says, this way of dependent origination, those who perceive it as contradictory or as unestablished, how can they comprehend your system? So what we learned is that, this morning, what we learned is that understanding of dependent origination will connect us to the understanding of emptiness, to see that as the meaning of the middle way. But those people who do not comprehend it fully, who do not understand the meaning of the dependent origination fully, can actually mislead themselves. So there are two possible ways to mislead yourself. One is those who see the dependent origination to be contradictory with emptiness. Whereas the Madhyamikas will see the emptiness and dependent origination, these two mean the same. But the lower Buddhist schools see these two as contradictory. Whereas what is dependent origination should necessarily not be empty, should be intrinsically real. Emptiness of independent reality, emptiness of objective reality. So what the lower schools would say that is that emptiness and dependent origination, these two are contradictory, because what is dependent origination should necessarily be objectively real. It should not be empty of, it should not be like dream. So it says, this way of dependent origination, those who perceive it as contradictory, those who perceive this contradictory refers to the lower Buddhist schools, or as unestablished to those non-Buddhist meaning the classical non-Buddhist, ancient non-Buddhist Indian schools, philosophical schools, like Samkhya, Vedanta, Vaisheshik, Nyaya, and so forth. So there, for them, dependent origination is something which they cannot digest it. They say that no, things are not dependent originate, things are decided by an agent, external agent. So for these people, how can they comprehend your system? You referring to the Buddha, your system of the emptiness, if that everything is like a dream. 11, for you, when one sees emptiness in terms of the meaning of dependent origination, so why is this a problem for those the lower Buddhist schools and for the non-Buddhist schools? It's because that for them existence, okay, this is very important point, existence and objective existence, and there are some synonyms here, objective existence, intrinsic existence, inherent existence, they all mean the same. So for them, existence and objective existence, these two are synonymous. If something exists, it must exist objectively. If something does not exist objectively, it should be non-existent altogether. So this is what why they are into the problem of seeing the existence and the objective existence as synonymous. But for Prasangika meaning the highest Buddhist school, the ultimate purport of the Buddha's intention of the ultimate reality, their existence and objective existence, these two are not synonymous. Existence and objective existence, these two are not synonymous. Instead, opposite of objective existence should be subjective existence. Existence and subjective existence should be synonymous for Prasangika. For all the other philosophical schools, be it Buddhist or non-Buddhist, for them, existence and objective existence, these two are synonymous. The moment you see these two as synonymous, then the problems ensue. Like what? Okay, so 11, verse 11, line 3. Then being devoid of intrinsic existence and possessing valid function do not contradict. Okay. Number 11. For you, when one sees emptiness in terms of the meaning of dependent origination. So when you say emptiness means dependent origination, then there's no contradiction. Instead of contradiction, you say the two things as compatible to each other. In terms of the meaning of dependent origination, then being devoid of intrinsic existence means empty of intrinsic existence, emptiness, and possessing the valid functions. These two don't contradict. So things are empty of objective reality, but things do exist. Things do validly function. The functionality is not rejected. Functionality is explained based on the subjective, the imputation. So subjectively everything exists, objectively nothing exists. Okay, so when we say the emptiness, it means emptiness of objective existence. It doesn't mean nothing exists. Keep this in mind. So remember the two gates. The first gate which says, do things exist? If you say no, nothing exists, it's empty. This is nihilism, it's not emptiness. Okay, so whereas you should be able to say that everything exists, cause and effect, and everything exists, but they don't exist objectively. How do they exist? There is a subjectively. Subjectively, cause and effect, everything operates, everything exists so efficaciously. This is the reality as how you understand. If you understand the Prasangikas, or if you understand the Buddha's ultimate, the thought of the ultimate reality, well. 12. Whereas when one sees the opposite meaning, emptiness means emptiness, they say, when you see the existence and intrinsic existence are same. When these two things are same, the way in opposition with how the Prasangika presents existence and subjective existence. Instead of that, if you see the opposite of this, existence and objective existence or intrinsic existence are same. 12. Whereas when one sees the opposite, since there can be no function in emptiness, if you say empty of intrinsic existence means no existence. It should be empty. It should be non-existent. This is as per the advocates of intrinsic existence, advocates of objective existence. For them, say if things are empty of objective existence, nothing exists. So whereas when one sees the opposite, the non-Prasangikas, since there can be no function in emptiness. If you say emptiness means nothing, no function. No emptiness in what is function. If things do exist with functions, you say it's not empty, it should be existing objectively. One falls into dreadful abyss. Abyss meaning the two extremes. When you say empty, it should be seen as nothingness. This is nihilism. When you say things exist, they should exist objectively. This is absolutism. So you fall into extreme of the two extremes. The dreadful abyss you maintain. 13. Therefore, in your teaching, seeing dependent origination is hailed. So therefore, in your teaching, in order that emptiness should not be understood as nihilism, we must understand dependent origination. Emptiness and dependent origination, these two must go hand in hand. Therefore, in your teaching, seeing dependent origination is hailed, is being praised. That too, not as an utter non-existence, because it exists. It exists by dependent origination, not as intrinsic existence. Why? Because things are empty of intrinsic reality, yet they exist independently. So this harmony between existence and empty of intrinsic reality, this harmony and the compatibility is what you taught. Next, 14. The non-contingent. Okay, if things exist intrinsically, as opposed to dependent origination, if things exist independently, intrinsically, then what should be the problem? The problem is that the non-contingent meaning non-dependent, which is the independent. If things are non-contingent or non-dependent or independent, then it should become like a sky flower, saying, why a sky flower is not there? Why in the sky there's no flower? Because the flower means that it has to be supported by something, and the support should eventually come from the ground, not in the sky. So sky flower, if things are independent, sky flower should be possible. It should be like a sky flower. Hence there is nothing that is not dependent. So therefore, given that things are all dependent originated, so there is no sky flower possible. So therefore, we should acknowledge that everything exists by dependence. If things exist through the essence meaning intrinsically or objectively, not like a dream, then the dependence on causes and conditions for the existence is a contradiction. If things exist independently, it should not depend on causes and conditions. So, if things exist independently, that contradicts with the functionality of the world. Functionality of the world is possible with the explanation, with the inclusion of cause and effect. So, intrinsic existence contradicts with the cause and effect efficacy. 15. Therefore, since no phenomenon exists other than origination through dependence, no phenomenon exists other than being devoid of intrinsic existence. Given that everything exists dependently, nothing exists independently. So, this is very important for us. This is very, very helpful. Particularly, I personally would say that this is a greatly beneficial concept. When you see that things come into being by dependence, then your irritation, your anger, they all subside. When you see somebody who's quite gross in how they communicate, or gross in their thinking, quite cruel, when you see that, okay. So, in fact, I personally see that myself, and it helps me a lot, and I also tell other people. When somebody fights with person A, saying that this person does not even know how to talk, is so senseless, so thoughtless, so unkind, I say that, look at you, look at me. We are exposed to the incredible great teachings of the Buddha, and we have the honor of having received teachings from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is such an embodiment of compassion. Despite all the odds, His Holiness always there to radiate His compassion to others. So, and you and I, while we have received all these teachings, we met with these teachings, we learned these things, at the same time still we become agitated. Then how can I expect somebody who did not get the opportunity to listen to these teachings? So, if they are in the same shoe as we are in now, they will not behave like this. If we are in the same issue as him or her, we'll behave the same way that he or she is behaving. So when I think like this, it's greatly, greatly healing. It doesn't mean that you become submissive. No. Your irritation subsides. What do you want? You want irritation or no irritation? I want no irritation. Irritation, very disturbing. I don't want disturbance. So disturbance stops when you think of dependent origination. And meanwhile, if the other person continues to abuse you for your gentleness, calmness, or compassion, and of course you have to take a stand without giving into anger. The moment you give into anger, okay, it's very interesting. Somebody said, what is the definition of anger? This is interesting, I like it. Somebody said, what is the definition of anger? And the other person said, anger is defined as a punishment, a self-punishment. It's a self-punishment, the self-punishment for the wrong the other person did. This is amazing. Anger is a self-punishment, punishment to yourself, not to that person. A punishment to you for the wrong the other person did on you. That's amazing. So, and who punished? You self-punish. You punish yourself. No, the person did not force you to become angry. But you become angry, and with the anger, it's punishment actually. You are unhappy. And why you are punished? Punished for wrong the other person did. Other person did. It's not that the punishment that is not that you did the wrong and then you become angry. No. Other person did wrong and then you punish yourself. You become angry. So anger is defined as a punishment for yourself, self-punishment for the wrong the other person did. This is amazing. I like it. Okay. So what I'm saying is that if somebody takes the advantage of your compassion, anything on any level, individual level, family level, whatever. So where somebody takes advantage of you and starts abusing your compassion, the gentleness and so forth, then you have to take measures without giving into anger. This is very important. And it's not that easy. It's not that easy, but you have to train. Finally, the anger is a self-torture. It's a self-punishment for the wrong that somebody else did for you. So this is so unwise. Why should you punish yourself for the wrong the other person did on you? You should be smart, not to punish yourself. So without giving into anger, still take the appropriate measure that the other person stops doing the wrong thing on you. That's very important. Okay. Then number 16. Okay, sorry, number 15. Number 15, yes. Therefore, since no phenomena exists other than origination through dependence, everything comes into being by dependent origination. That's amazing. And we contemplate on this more and more and more. We see that, for example, say, I make mistakes. And the other person makes mistakes. And then you feel irritated. Before you express your anger, think of that. Did I make the same mistake? Answer is yes. Answer is yes. So, because that you also have the tendency to make the same mistake, then did you make the mistake deliberately? No. Unintentionally it happened. So it also happened to other person unintentionally. When you do something wrong unintentionally, the mistake, you expect the other person to forgive you. Likewise, if the other person does the same mistake unintentionally, other person also deserves your forgiveness. If this is how you put yourself in the other's shoes and others in your shoes, that would be very, very helpful, that you will not become somebody who is succumbed to the anger and irritation. And the anger, the irritation, one thing that it does is that it simply damages your immunity. When the immunity is gone, you become so susceptible to all diseases, illnesses, and mental agitations also. Physical diseases, physical illnesses. You become so susceptible, so easily you can contract the diseases because you are so weak. Immunity is gone. So which consumes the immunity? Your immunity is your anger, hatred, and the agitations. Okay, so No phenomena exists other than being devoid of intrinsic existence. So when you see things in dependent origination, in the form of dependency, dependent origination, then the opposite of which is the belief in intrinsic reality stops. When the belief in intrinsic reality stops, belief in intrinsic reality is the ultimate cause of all the miseries. The Buddha taught this is the ignorance which binds us in samsara. Number 16, because intrinsic nature cannot be negated if phenomena did possess some intrinsic nature. Say if things exist intrinsically, the way we misrepresent the reality. If we see things, if things do exist intrinsically, then intrinsic means independent. If independent, no factor can change it. No factor can change it if it is independent. So for example, say, if sometimes it happens, say, for example, in a community where there's a very powerful person, and then let's say that your brother or sister, whosoever is working under that person, and person is so powerful, you say anything, it can become counterproductive. It can become counterproductive. So where sometimes we require tremendous skill to know the situation so well, and at times we should be so skilled, otherwise the means that you resort to, supposed to solve the problem, can actually activate the problem even more, can worsen the situation. So these are the skills we require. So if things exist intrinsically, what I'm saying is that when that person is very powerful, you cannot really change that person. So the moment you say something, instead of the person getting changed, the person will become worse. So therefore, if things exist intrinsically, which means if it exists independently, then you cannot change it. So if you cannot change it, what you are, unenlightened person, you remain unenlightened person. You are a suffering person, you continue to suffer, and nirvana is not possible. Nirvana would become impossible. And elaborations could not be ceased. Okay, this is a very important point. And of course, to really understand this line, we require to study emptiness more extensively. But to give you just this surface explanation, elaboration meaning the details, the varieties, the details and the varieties. For example, in a dream, sometimes it's very interesting, where, say, sometimes I just wonder, am I dreaming? Is this dream or not dream? These things even happen in the dream once in a while. And then when I see that I'm in an extremely busy traffic, and I see all the cars with the number plates with the numbers there, the sophisticated numbers, the letters, the numbers, letters, they're mixed. And all these number plates have different numbers. When I see there's all these complex things, my mind cannot my mind cannot project them. So it can't be dream. It's so detailed. So the moment you wake up, all these details will dissolve. Which means all the details which can trigger irritation in us will be dissolved. So that nothing in the details in the dream can affect you anymore the moment you wake up. So that is when the elaborations in the dream ceased. So the elaborations will not be ceased if things do exist intrinsically. So the elaborations could not be ceased because you cannot wake up from the dream with the elaborate things happening in the dream. 17. Therefore, who could challenge you? You who proclaim with lion's roar in the assembly of learned ones repeatedly that everything is utterly free of intrinsic nature. And the Buddha, therefore, who could challenge you, the Buddha? You who proclaim with lion's roar meaning so confident, very powerful in ways, the power of the reason, power of the efficacy of the reason, power of the fact, power supported by the facts, in the assembly of learned ones, repeatedly, that everything is utterly free of intrinsic. Nothing exists intrinsic, including the self, including your mind, including tiny atoms. Nothing exists intrinsically. Everything exists, but exists like illusion. The next. 18. That there's no intrinsic existence at all, and that all functions as this arising and depends on that. So one is emptiness, and the other one is a functionality. Emptiness, functionality, these two don't contradict, these two complement each other. That there's no intrinsic existence at all, number one, and then on the other side, that all functions as this arising, in dependence on that, what need is there to say that these two converge without conflict? Because the cause and effect is possible, because things are not independent. They're dependent on cause and effect. So cause and effect function is possible because things are empty of independent reality. So these two converge rather than contradict. 19. It is through the reason of dependent origination that one does not lean towards the extreme. Extreme of absolutism and extreme of nihilism. These two extremes, you can fall into these two if you don't understand, we don't understand dependent origination well. What we said is that emptiness equals dependent origination, and dependent origination equals middle way. How? Because dependent origination helps you to avoid the two extremes. That you, the Savior, the Buddha, have declared this excellently in the source of your unexcelled space, is the source of your unexcelled space. So, in fact, some people, my friends, the first time when they come for some retreats, they feel there is very healing, and this very healing, and even in the retreat, the atmosphere, where people all come, like-minded people come there, and in the retreat, they leave behind all their stress, anxiety, come there, and people, they're all, because they're all like-minded, so whatever they talk, they all resonate with each other, no conflicts. Once in a while conflicts happen, but overall speaking, and this is such a beautiful atmosphere, and you start to feel the healing right there. And people, when I meet them, they say, oh, it's very healing, so how can they follow this up, follow up with this practice. Then we share these ideas, how to do. And then after a few months, or in some cases few years, when we meet, they say that, yeah, I know all these things, but they say, there's no transformation. I'm the same person, angry, grumpy, same person. So what should I do? They say, I know this, that nothing is intrinsically, everything is like dream. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Audible? Okay. So I know all these things, but my mind, I feel I remain the same sad person, angry person, my attachment to the cheesecake, all these things, they remain the same. So where am I going wrong? What should I do? This is what the people say. And the good thing with my friends, and particularly those who are associated with the Narada studies, it makes things easy for me. Because that in the Narada studies, which has been now like almost 10 years since the time of the inception, exactly 10 years. What is that? It was, I think, December of 2016, exactly 10 years. And so there are some very serious senior students of the Narada course, and they're very serious, and you just meet with them, and their knowledge, their confidence, their compassion, and you can see that they really represent the transformation aspect of the Buddha's teachings. You can see them. So I tell the newcomers who talk about these things, so what should I do after this? Of course, there's nothing extra to say. So I said, go meet with these people. Meet with some of I mentioned, give the names of some seniors. And I said, they meet with these people and see, you listen to the experience. So that makes things very easy for us. In fact, in short, what I'm going to say is that for the real transformation, for you, for me, all of us, it's not just, for all of us, the real transformation for this, we don't expect to go to a teacher and get some blessings, some empowerment, and that tomorrow you are a Buddha. Don't expect that. Don't expect that. A real transformation happens, not even by sitting for retreat for 3 months, just for personal retreat, and then, or 3 years even. 3 years even. Of course, I do admire those people who gather the courage or who gather the inclination to sit for long-term retreats, like 3 years retreat. But don't expect that you become Buddha or enlightened, or don't expect that. This is the reality. We have to, because you are the best judge for yourself. Say what kind of emotions you had before, and the fact that you embarked on this journey to sit for like three retreats and so forth is very good. But what actually transforms is your cognitive thinking. All the problems are because of the ignorance, and ignorance is a cognitive deception. It's a cognitive disruption. Because it's cognitive disruption, the antidote should be cognitive, the feature or cognitive faculty to fix it. If somebody is so they stressed, they feels fatigue, and it's because, and no matter, then the doctor, if you go to the doctor says rest, bed rest for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Even after just 2 weeks, 2 weeks is nothing. Even after 3 months, you don't recover, because rest is a physical rest. Your problem is not a physical problem. Your problem may be because that you heard a very sad news, tragic news. Tragic news. So it's a purely mental phenomena, cognitive phenomena. So because there's a cognitive disruption, until the remedy is related to the cognitive aspect, no matter how much you physically take rest, it will not help. Whereas, if your stress, the depletion of your energy is all because of your physical strain, then you rest, you sleep, you take a nap, and you feel so fresh the next day. But if the problem is because of mental, no matter how much you take rest, it will not help. So therefore, for example, let's say we talk about the counselors, the smart counselors, they will check your root problem. Whenever you come with a problem, I have fatigue, I have no motivation, they say I feel so tired very easily. The counselors, the smart counselors will check whether it is emotional, whether it's purely cognitive, whether it is purely physical, whether it is environmental. They will check what's the problem. They identify the problem, they fix it. It's very easy to be fixed. Unless that root is identified, then we cannot really fix the problem. So therefore, say the teaching on dependent origination. So where the ignorance is the root of the problem, so counteracting the ignorance is only through the wisdom. And wisdom is a purely cognitive thought processes. So for the cognitive thought processes, I tell my friends who said that, now what should I do? I've been studying, and then I thought that initially it was very amazing. So now I realize I know all these things, but there's no benefit. What should I do? So I said that, okay, the moment you study, it has already started a change within you. But the change does not mean that it's abrupt change. However big the ocean is nothing but the collection of the drops. In the absence of drops, there's no ocean. Likewise, all these efforts that you put day by day in your studies, collectively, at a certain point, you see a transformation happen. This is a real transformation. So where your studies, continue studying these things. Not just, okay, studying also there's a difference. In some universities, in some study programs, the teachings are given so as a dry intellectual knowledge. And the teachers, they don't display any of these qualities themselves. Say they're very short-tempered themselves, and they talk about compassion. So where they talk about emptiness and so forth, and they greed for the wealth, power struggle, pulling others down. These are so active, and yet say what is they're doing? What are they trying to do? Oh, to get a position where I'll be a bigger position teaching emptiness. So if this will not work. So what I'm saying is studying. For example, like my teachers in the monastic universities, when we study emptiness, the great teachers, what they will tell you is that, say, when you start teaching, don't look for how many students are there. Even if there's only one student who wishes to learn from you, you should be ready to teach. It's not for your fame. It's not for anything else. It's for your own transformation. So therefore this is very important. So where the basic framework of the whole teaching system is the transformation of yourself, the teacher, and of others, the students. If this is the basic framework, then keep studying and you are constantly being transformed. And within the span of a few years' time, you see that you are a very different person. You're a very calm person. So that is a real Dharma practice. So I tend to tell some of my friends that what you do is just amazing. And then person says, I went to this person, I don't do this Rinpoche, I got this empowerment, that empowerment, I'm the same person, now she's the same short-tempered person. I said that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you stick to these study programs, keep studying the standard text, and keep interacting with the people who are like-minded, then the real transformation takes place within you. Otherwise, it can become somebody like, I remember when I was in my 20s, I bumped into somebody's room, and then he opened the door and he said, Dorji, don't you know that I'm meditating? If this is your meditation, then what is non-meditation? Tell me. You will not find a non-meditation. Everything should be meditation. Somebody angry should be meditation. So what I'm saying is that that should not happen. Okay, so continue from the text. So continue to study of these very sacred teachings, very profound teachings. These are the ultimate solution. That too, consistency. In fact, this morning I got I got one biography of one of the participants of Nalanda studies, and he's a very serious, extremely good, a great, let's say, example for many of us. And he started the book by saying that he learned something in Latin from his childhood. So I don't know Latin, so what he wrote in Latin and then translated in English. It says that the water drops will pierce or will create a hole in the rocks. Not because the water drops stronger than the rocks, because of the consistency of the water drops. So likewise, our consistency in study with the determination to bring about transformation within yourself, to bring about the awakening of your hidden treasure. So that will guarantee that you will actually, this extremely chronic the mind of chronic disease like self-grasping ignorance, even that can be removed by consistently studying, consistently practicing, consistently being with the like-minded, the Sangha members. That is very inspiring. Okay, so with this in mind, let me read 19. It is through the reason of dependent origination that one does not lean towards the extreme, that you, the Savior, have declared this excellently is the source of your unexcelled speech. All of this is devoid of essence, essence meaning objective reality. All of this, everything is empty of, devoid, empty, same. All of this is empty of essence or intrinsic reality. And from this is emptiness side. Now the other one is the conventional side. And from this arises that effect, is the dependent origination, conventional reality. These two certainties, on the one hand, objectively empty, but subjectively the functionality. These two certainties complement each other with no contradiction at all. 21. Okay, we have to go till 30, and then from 30 is easier. 21. What is more amazing than this? What is more marvelous than this? Why? You see emptiness, and your emotions, anger, attachment, craving, fear, jealous, all these will quell. And by seeing the dependent origination, all your virtues will grow and you become happier, happier, happier. Sometimes some people who have everything, say that materially they are so well off, they have everything, and they are also very good person, but nice family members, surrounded by good family members. Still, some of them say that life is so boring. They say that I don't feel any happiness, I don't feel the ease within me. So this is where, so when you see dependent origination well, then the ease grows. When it's emptiness, your dis-ease starts. So this is truly, this is what everybody is seeking, whether you're Buddhist or non-Buddhist, whether male or non-male, whether you're female or non-female, whether you are this ethnicity, that ethnicity, believer, non-believer, everyone seeks this to minimize, to get rid of the miseries and to expand your happiness. So this is actually given to you by understanding of the harmony of dependent origination and emptiness. By studying emptiness, all the ills of the mind subside. By understanding dependent origination, all the virtues and joys just surge like the monsoon water, the water bodies. So it says 21. What is more amazing than this? What is more marvelous than this? If one praises you in this manner, this is real praise, otherwise not. So Arya Nagarjuna, in all his praises to the Buddha, he never praised the Buddha for saying that you are a prince, or you are somebody who has miracle power. No, he never praised the Buddha for these qualities. Instead, always said that I praise you for you having taught dependent origination, for you having taught emptiness, for you having taught the harmony, the synonymity of the dependent origination and emptiness. 22. Being enslaved by ignorance, those who fiercely oppose you. What is so astonishing about their being unable to bear the sound of no intrinsic existence? Okay, now look, say those who cannot understand emptiness well. So these, you see some of them within Buddhist, the low Buddhist schools, they do not understand emptiness well, number one. And number two, non-Buddhists who at the time of the Buddha, who were trying to compete with the Buddha, saying that you are just hopeless person, you become so famous, actually it's your fraud. So all these, how they criticize the Buddha, the non-Buddhists. And within Buddhism, there are the categories who do not really understand emptiness fully. So these are the two categories we see. And the non-Buddhists who criticize the Buddha, who was fighting against the Buddha, competing with the Buddha, for them to say that the things are empty of intrinsic reality, this is totally the ignorant concept. This is what they think. So this Lama Tsongkhapa was saying that now I'm not really surprised by that. Being enslaved by ignorance of seeing things so intrinsically real, those who fiercely oppose you. those who are against the Buddha, what is so astonishing about they being unable to bear the sound of no intrinsic existence? The Buddha taught nothing is intrinsic, everything is dreamlike. They could not bear their sound. So there's nothing surprising about that. But Lama Tsongkhapa says that I'm surprised by the Buddhists who take Buddha as their teacher and still not accepting emptiness. 23. But having accepted dependent origination, the Buddhists who accept dependent origination and who accept themselves as your students, the precious treasure of your speech, which is dependent origination, at the same time not tolerating the roar of emptiness, at the same time not accepting emptiness, this I find amazing indeed. Because if you understand dependent origination, this should help us to understand emptiness. Now for the Buddhist, lower Buddhist schools, you try to understand dependent origination and you go against emptiness, you go to reinforce the belief in intrinsic reality. 24. The door that leads to no intrinsic existence, which means emptiness of intrinsic existence, the only door to get there is the understanding of dependent origination, the unexcelled door of the dependent origination. Through its name alone, if you grasp, you the Buddhist, lower Buddhist schools, you accept dependent origination, which actually is the gateway to understand emptiness. And now that for you it becomes like a gateway to reinforce your belief in the ignorance of things as intrinsic real. Through its name alone, if one grasps that intrinsic existence, now this person, 25, now this person who lacks the unraveled entrance, what is the unraveled entrance? Entrance to emptiness is the dependent origination. So dependent origination, it should be like the entrance to emptiness. Now instead of emptiness, it goes to the opposite of emptiness. Well traveled by the who lacks the unrivaled entrance, well traveled by the noble ones, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, noble ones. By what means should one guide him? Now look, how can we guide these Buddhist, lower Buddhist schools, the advocates of the intrinsic reality? How can we guide them to the ultimate experience of emptiness, which alone is a liberating path to take one to Buddhahood? By what means should one guide him to the excellent path that pleases the Buddha? When will the Buddha be most happy? Buddha will be most happy if you are able to stop all the painful tears. If you are able to expand your ease to infinity, this is the greatest gift for the Buddha. So, how will this happen? This happens through remove your mental dirt and the true nature, the Buddha nature, to manifest by removing the mental dirt. And how to remove the mental dirt? The only path that removes the mental dirt is the wisdom of emptiness. Now, and the wisdom of emptiness, the Buddha taught through dependent origination. And you accept dependent origination and you use that in order, instead of going towards dependent emptiness, it takes you stronger into reinforcing your misconception, your ignorance of things as objectively real. So 26. Intrinsic nature, now look, what's the problem? If you accept intrinsic nature means something which exists independently. If it's independent, there should be no factor to create it, uncreated. And because of which it should be non-contingent, it should not be dependent on other factors. On the contrary, dependent origination means something which is contingent meaning dependent, and comes into being, created by the power of the other factors. Created, how can these 2 points, intrinsic nature and dependent nature, who have a starkly contrasting natures, how can we imagine these two to converge? How can these two converge upon a single basis without contradiction? 27. Therefore, whatever originates dependently, though primordially free of intrinsic existence, appears as if it does possess intrinsic existence. So you taught all this to be illusion-like. So the Buddha taught space-like emptiness and illusion-like emptiness. Let me repeat it. The Buddha taught the space-like emptiness and illusion-like emptiness. So when we say, when you look at the flower that I'm holding in my hand, when you look at this flower, Oh, he's holding a flower. There's a flower there. Flower is the object, and who decides that there's a flower in my hand? Your mind decides. There's a subject. So there's a play between the object and the subject. So on the objective level, like the dream, your mind is dreaming, and the contents of the dream as the object, and the dreaming mind is the subject. And this dream, content dream, is not independent of the dreaming mind. These two are not separated. So the object in the form of the dream flower or the dream, it all comes by the projection of your own mind, the dreaming mind. So these two are not actually independent from each other. So it says, therefore, whatever originates dependently, though primarily free of intrinsic existence. So the flower, say the dream flower, it actually comes into being by dependent on the subject. So though whatever originates dependently, the dream flower comes into existence by these dependent on this subject, which means objectively it's empty, though primarily free meaning empty of intrinsic existence. But in the dream you see it as real. It appears as if it does possess intrinsic existence. In dream it appears as so real, but objectively it's not real, and it appears objectively real. So therefore this dream flower is illusion. So you the Buddha taught all these phenomena like illusion. So that everything is like illusion. They appear as so intrinsic, but they're empty. Okay, they're empty from the object. They do exist. Okay, pick up something that you have next to you and show that to me. Pick up something and show that to me. Okay, now show that to me. Now look at it yourself. Look at it yourself. Look at it yourself and see how it appears. Does it appear like a dream? Or no, nothing to do with like dream. It's not my projection. It does not appear as a projection of mind. It appears as so objectified there. So intrinsic, so objectified there. How does it appear? Okay, it appears so objectified there. Makes sense? It appears so objectified there, so intrinsic, objectified, nothing to do with dreamlike nature. Raise hands. Okay, this is known as illusion. It appears as intrinsic real, but you go there, it doesn't exist intrinsic real. The example that I gave you yesterday, I gave you yesterday is that if you look at somebody who's younger than you, your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, or somebody younger than you, like 10 years, 20 years younger than you. If you look at them, you see them as so young, younger than me. So here we have Manvik, who is very young, 9 years old. Okay, when I look at him, I'm so old. He's so young. Okay, so there's age, undeniable age gap is there. Undeniable age gap is there. How many agree with me? Raise hands. Okay, we all agree. Undeniable age gap is there. And this age gap, is it like your mind is dreaming it? Or objectively there is an age gap there intrinsically? It's not that your mind is creating it, it's there. Of course it appears so intrinsically there. If it does exist intrinsically, then you should be able to find it. If it does exist objectively, you should be able to find it as you go closer. By going closer, we end up seeing his body organs. And going even closer, you end up seeing his body cells. You even go closer, you end up seeing the chromosomes. You go closer, you end up seeing the molecules, DNA molecules. Go closer, you see the atoms. Now just stay in this level, atomic level. On the atomic level, you see that no one atom is older, no one atom is younger. All the atoms which constitute this young boy's body and my body, all the atoms are same age, minimum 15 billion years old. On that level, age difference does not make any sense. And if you think about it, and if you feel a little bit of mental disturbance, wow, that's amazing. Uneasiness, deep from the core of being, some disturbance happens, you are very lucky. You are now having a clash between your chronic belief and things are objectively real. The age difference is objective reality, and what you are now discovering that it is not objectively real. It's just subjectively. It subjectively makes sense. Objectively, it doesn't make sense. You see the clash there. This clash manifests in the form of the mental disturbance. Okay, so if the disturbance is more than 50%, let me know. You're a very lucky person. And if the disturbance is less than 50%, don't meet me. You feel yourself as lucky. You're a very lucky person. Because if the disturbance is more than 50%, it can be really very disturbing and you need help. Although you are very, very meritorious, but you require help. Whereas if it's less than 50%, you can help yourself. Okay, good. So with this, so on 27 once more, therefore whatever origin is dependently, though primarily free of intrinsic existence, although objectively is empty, but on the surface, subjectively, it appears as intrinsically real. There's something there, appears as if it does possess intrinsic existence. So you, the Buddha, taught all these to be illusion-like. Next, 28. Through this very fact, understand well the statement that in what you have taught, those opponents who challenge you cannot find faults that accord with the reason. So, the advocates of intrinsic reality, no matter how much they try to defend, no matter how much they try to refute the Buddha's teachings on emptiness, nobody can come up with the valid reasons to see faults in your teachings. 29. Why is this so? Because by declaring these, the chances for reification meaning exaggeration, exaggeration, and denigration, say the denigration meaning believing that things are non-existent altogether, towards things seen and unseen are made most remote, which means that things are visible things, unseen meaning things which are not visible to you at the moment. So all these phenomena, there's no way by which validly you will not find any basis for reification or denigration, while objectively everything is empty of true existence, therefore freed from reification. And then subjectively everything functions so well, so avoiding you from denigration, towards things seen and unseen are made most remote. 13. Through this very path of okay, now it's easier, I'll quickly read this. Through this very path of dependent origination, the rationale for your speech being peerless, conviction arises in me also, that your other words of attitude, when you see that emptiness is so efficacious, dependent origination is so efficacious, then all the other teachings of Buddha, you see conviction in them also. It's like, say like Albert Einstein, who is expert in relativity theory, Niels Bohr, who is expert in quantum mechanics. If you are physics students, and if you come to know that somebody is so good in relativity theory and quantum mechanics, what about his knowledge of the Newtonian 3 laws of motion? Oh, of course, he should be thorough with this, because when you expert in very subtle one with the same discipline, the gross ones you know so well. For example, like Shakespeare, if you ask, does he know A, B, C, D, E, F? Of course, he's expert. So it becomes like this. 31. You who speak excellently by seeing as it is. So the Buddha, you taught that nothing exists intrinsically, everything's like a dream. And what made you say this? How you said it is through your own experience of actually seeing them as empty of intrinsic reality, like a dream. For those who train in your footsteps, all degenerations will become remote. And the more you follow, the more somebody follows you, the Buddha, with respect to understanding emptiness of things as empty of true reality, they mental restlessness, mental agitations, they all gradually subside. All degenerations will become remote. For the root of all faults will be undone, because all these degenerations, the root is ignorance of seeing this intrinsically real. When the root is cut, all these degenerations will all automatically disappear. Like removing the fuel and the fire automatically extinguishes. 32. But those who turn away from your teaching, though they may struggle, okay, while one stays away from emptiness, at the same time you put a lot of effort, lot of people, even within Buddhism, within Buddhist practitioners, some put a lot of effort but have show no interest in the study of emptiness. Forget about the meditation of emptiness. Just put a lot of effort in Dharma practice, mantra recitation, and so forth. And then he says, but those who turn away from your teaching, though they may struggle with hardship for a long time, falls, degenerations, miseries increase evermore as they being called forth. For they make firm the view of the self. View of the self meaning view of intrinsic self. 33. When the wise comprehend the differences between these two meaning the one who follows you in understanding emptiness, one who goes away from the emptiness. So following you, the misery is stop. Going away from you, the misery is increased. Seeing this difference, why would they not at that point revere you from the depths of the being? 34. Let alone your numerous teachings, even in the meaning of a small part. So following the Buddha's teachings, even a small part, if you understand it, those who find ascertainment in a cursory meaning on the surface level way, this brings supreme bliss to them as well. 35. Allah. So now Lama Tsongkhapa, he is sharing with us his journey of this the path shown by the Buddha. Lama Tsongkhapa says that initially he himself was lost in ignorance, so confused when studying emptiness. Alas, my mind was defeated by ignorance. Though I've sought a refuge for a long time in such embodiment of excellence, I possess not a fraction of his qualities. His qualities meaning the Buddha Shakyamuni's qualities. 36. Nonetheless, then Lama Tsongkhapa says that he put effort. Nonetheless, before the stream of this life flowing towards death has come to cease, that I found slight faith in you. So, because this text was composed immediately after Lama Tsongkhapa having had the first pure experience of emptiness. So he has said that he mentioned it in a very gentle way. He mentioned it that I found slight faith in you. Even this I think is fortunate. 37. Among teachers, the teacher of dependent origination. Okay, so among teachers, somebody who teaches you dependent origination, somebody who teaches you emptiness, that is the supreme. Amongst wisdoms, the knowledge of dependent origination, you who are most excellent, like the kings of the world, know this perfectly well. This understanding of emptiness for the first time on the planet Earth, you, the Buddha, you taught this, not others. 38. All that you've taught proceeds by way of dependent origination. Whatever Buddha taught this, the beginning with the concept of dependent origination. That too is done for the sake of nirvana. And why Buddha taught dependent origination? In order to free us from the painful tears, thereby taking us to the state of nirvana. You have no deeds that do not bring peace. Next, 39. How amazing! Your teaching is such, in whomsoever's ears it falls, they all attain peace. So who would not be honored to uphold your teaching? 40. It overcomes all opposite challenges. It is free from contradictions between earlier and the latter paths. It grants fulfillment of being's two aims. Two aims meaning short-term benefit and the long-term benefit versus your own benefit and others' benefit. So two aims meaning ultimate benefit for yourself and ultimate benefit for others, and short-term benefit and long-term benefit. For this system, my joy increases evermore. 41. For his sake you have now. How come that in the humanity, since the time the humanity came into being, Homo sapiens came into being, only 300,000 years, 0.3 million years. So Homo sapiens, it has been 300,000 years, but this emptiness concept, the only liberating path, the unfolding of this inside, liberates the beings. stops all the painful tears. But only you are the one who taught this only 2,500 years ago. And how come that you are able to get this and others did not get it before you? So why? So how come that you got this so profound teaching? So that is not easy. You have actually sacrificed a lot to get to this level of attaining this accomplishment, to free yourself from all painful tears and to, out of compassion, share this wisdom with all the beings. For his sake, 41, you have given away again and again over countless eons, sometimes your body, at others your life, as well as your loving care and resource of wealth. 42, seeing the qualities of this teaching pulls hard at your heart, just like what a hook does to a fish. Sad it is not to have heard it from you. And you put a lot of effort to get this wisdom. And now, on the planet Earth, since Homo sapiens came into being only 2,500 years ago, that you are the one who taught this, not before by anybody else. So therefore, seeing the wonder of your compassion, seeing the wonder of your profound wisdom, I wish I could have heard this teaching from you directly. Sad it is not to have heard it from you. 43. The intensity of their sorrow. So Lama Tsongkhapa is now saying that he's feeling so nostalgia, the feeling of the nostalgia of missing the Buddha, because that this is the embodiment who brought this only liberating path on planet Earth 2,500 years ago, not by anybody else before him. So Lama Tsongkhapa felt so much of a connection and a feeling of the missing Buddha. So he said, 43, the intensity of this sorrow does not let go of my mind, just like a mind of a mother constantly goes after her dear child. Here too, 44, here too as I reflect on your words, I think, now Lama Tsongkhapa is just visualizing, imagining in wonder what this Buddha might be like, to see him as a living embodiment from whom I can hear this teaching in the lion's roar, the only liberating path which has the capacity to stop all the painful tears of yourself and others. So he says, 44, here too, as I reflect on your words, I think, blazing with the glory of noble marks and hallowed in their natural light rays, this teacher, the Buddha, in a voice of pristine melody, spoke thus in such a way. 45. The instant such a reflection of the sage's form, sage here refers to Buddha, for appears in my mind, it soothes me, it gives me such a feeling of solace, just as the moonbeams heal a fever's pain. 46. This excellent system, most marvelous, some individuals who are not so learned have entangled it in utter confusion, just like a tangled balbaza grass. So Lama Tsongkhapa said that he himself, so years of studies exploring what the emptiness is, and even he was confused, like a balbaza grass, so confused. 47. Seeing this situation, I strove with a multitude of efforts to follow after the learned ones and sought your intention again to really try to explore, to really understand what the Buddha actually taught. They so put a lot of effort to go through the original Indian sources, Indian great masters' works like Acharya, like Arya Nagarjuna's works, Mul Madhyamaka Karika, Acharya Chandika's work, Madhyamaka Avatara, and so forth. 48. At such times, as I studied the numerous works of both our own middle way and other schools like the middle way and other schools like Madhyamaka, the Savatana Madhyamaka, Chittamatra and so forth, and other schools, my mind became tormented evermore, constantly by a network of doubts. So confusion comes more and more when reading with all these materials from the different schools. Next. 49, and then finally Lama Tsongkhapa says that I found the relief. Okay, the night lily grove of Nagarjuna's treatises, given the very beautiful metaphor of the Nagarjuna's philosophy as the grove, lily grove, a beautiful garden. Nagarjuna, whom you, the Buddha, prophesied would unravel your unexcelled vehicle as it is. In fact, Buddha himself, before he passed away, he made the prophecy of Nagarjuna coming on the planet Earth. shunning extremes of existence, non-existence. And then, say, Lama Tsongkhapa said that simply by reading Arya Nagarjuna's works directly, although this is so beautiful garden, but with my own darkness, I can't see the beautiful garden. Now the light of Acharya Chandrakriti, the light of the Acharya Chandrakriti, moonlight of the Chandrakirti, Chandra means moon. So the moonlight of Acharya Chandrakriti falls on the garden, and then eyes enjoy the beautiful garden. 15. Illuminated by the garland of white lights of Chandra. Chandra means Acharya Chandrakriti. Acharya Chandrakriti is well uttered insights. Chandra, whose stainless wisdom orb is full, who glides freely across scripture space. So, Arya Nagarjuna's work, Mool Madhyama Karika, and then study that with the help of Acharya Chandrakriti's text, Madhyama Avatara. Then says 51, who dispels the darkness of extremist hearts. So the wrong views are being removed and outshines the constellations of false speakers. When through my teacher's kindness, I saw this, Lama Tsongkhapa, his teacher, human teacher, Jesu Renda Oshinulutu, and the godly teacher, or the non-human, Arya Manjushri. And they, when through my teacher's kindness, I saw this, how Acharya Chandrakriti's text is something which illuminated Arya Nagarjuna's text, then my mind found rest at last. 52. Of all your deeds, the Buddha, your speech is supreme. Within that too, it is this very speech, this very speech of dependent origination. So the wise should remember the Buddha through this teaching of dependent origination. 53. Following such a teacher, so now this conclusion, following such a teacher and having become a renunciate, having studied the conquerors, conqueror here refers to the Buddha, conqueror words, one who has conquered all the mental defilements, and awakened the Buddha nature, that he's conquered all the painful tears, and gained command of the infinite ease. Was not too poorly, having studied the conqueror's words not too poorly, this monk who strives in the yogic practices, such is the depth of his reverence to the great seer. Since it is due to my teacher's kindness, I've met with the teaching of the unexcelled teacher, I delegate this virtue too towards the cause for all beings to be sustained by sublime spiritual mentors. May the teachings of this beneficent one till world's end be unshaken by the winds of evil thoughts. May it always be met by innumerable beings who find conviction in the teacher by understanding the teaching's true nature. 55, 56. Okay. May I never falter even for an instant to uphold the excellent path of the Buddha, which illuminates the principle of dependent origination through all my births, even giving away my body and life. May I spend day and night carefully reflecting by what means can I enhance this teaching achieved by Supreme Savior meaning Buddha, through strenuous efforts over countless eons. As I strive in this effort with pure motivation, to uphold the Buddha's teachings on emptiness, dependent origination, may Brahma, Indra, and the world's guardians, the protectors such as Mahakala, unswervingly always assist me. Okay, done. So now, as the gesture of auspiciousness, I'll quickly read from the initial passages, quickly read that, and then we may entertain one or two questions. In Praise of Dependent Origination by Lama Tsongkhapa, he who speaks on the basis of seeing, this makes him a knower and teacher unexcelled. I bow to you, O conqueror, the Buddha, you who saw dependent origination and taught it. Whatever degenerations there are in the world, the root of all this ignorance, you taught that it is dependent origination, the seeing of which will undo this ignorance. Okay, we'll stop here, and let me invite some questions if you have. Shahala, if there are some written questions.
Thank you very much, Geshe. So we'll start with the questions. First question is from Shmuel. What is Nirvana like? In Nirvana, we will have the choice whether to be rich or poor?
Okay, this is a good question. Thank you. Number one, what is Nirvana like? Number two, in Nirvana, will it be rich or poor? Okay. This is a good question. So first, let's say nirvana technically. Nirvana is a state where all the painful experiences stop. Let me repeat it. Where all the painful tears, painful experiences stop. Mental pains all stop. And because of which you feel such a freedom, liberation of your mind, nothing restricting you. You feel total freedom. Then in nirvana, are you rich or poor? This question. And the first question is, what do you mean by rich? This is the question. What do you mean by rich? Or somebody who's wealthy with a lot of money. So with money, what should you do? Say if you have a house full of money, you don't have a place to sleep. There's nothing good in it. Oh no, it doesn't matter. We can just put them in the bank. So what do you do with this money? Just the feeling that, oh, I'm rich, or I can enjoy food in the 5-star hotel. If this is what do you mean by the richness? So what is it if you get the 5-star hotel, you cannot eat, the 10 kg of food, you cannot eat. It's one plate of food. More than that you cannot eat. Okay, so what? I'll feel happy. I'll feel I'm better than others. I'm better than others because others, they don't have the privilege of eating food in 5-star hotel, and I have this. So if you think like this, then there are people who are enjoying food in 7-star hotel, not only one day, every day, right? Then you will feel low. This is the entanglement. This is samsara. So rich poor is a concept of samsara. But the very concept of rich poor means that I don't have the freedom. Without the money, I don't have the freedom not to feel sad. So when I see others richer than me, I feel sad. This is your problem. This is a problem. Where it says that, say, if you're contented, this is you are the richest person. If you're contented with what you have, you're the richest. This is very profound. Not because that you don't have anything and you feel contented. This is not the point. Say finally, oh, if I have everything, this much money, then if you have $1 billion, then I'll be happy, I'll be contented. Actually, you are not looking for the money, you are looking for the contentment. Or if you have this much money, I'll be happy, I'll be contented. You have some people, they already have the contentment before you become rich. Before you are looking for the contentment and you are not getting it, because you think that your contentment comes from the money. So when you get $1 million, you see somebody else having $1 billion, then you wish that, oh, if I have $1 billion, then I'll be contented. So you are looking for contentment. You are poor. You are suffering from poverty or not having the contentment. And the other person already has the contentment. They're already rich. So rich and poor is not about the material things. Rich and poor. And in fact, the thing is that even the wealth and so forth, what? So in order to minimize your pain and maximize happiness, real minimizing of the pain and maximize happiness is to be done mentally. Externally, you cannot get it at all. But it doesn't mean that forget about your material wealth. Forget about your good cars, good house, good, the food and family. No. We should be very balanced. While we are in samsara, so we have to act according to your potential. For example, let's say that if you're sick, or other people, they are jumping, so I'll also jump. You jump, you die. So you have to act according to your potential. So finally, you too have the Buddha nature. You can act as much as how Nagarjuna, they acted, but not abruptly. We have to do it very skillfully. So we have to know, why do we need the riches? Why do we need the wealth? This question. Then you will come to realize the meaning of the nirvana. Till you understand the purpose why we require the wealth. If you don't know the meaning so well, then the nirvana concept will be far away from us. Okay, good. Next question.
Thank you, Geshe. Next question is from Sigal. And she asks, how can one wake up from the dream and still act within a difficult social and political reality that sometimes requires difficult actions? And how can one recognize the subjective nature of reality without engaging in spiritual bypassing or falling into naivety?
Okay, this is a good question. Okay, so keep the question as it is. Don't take it up. So the question is, how can one wake up from the dream and still act within a difficult social and political reality? Okay, let's say, for example, the political reality, social means society. Society means you are not the only person. There are so many people there, and particularly talking about the waking up. Waking up for who? For temporarily for yourself, long term for all the beings, which means society, helping the society. So here, when you talk about the waking up, when talking about the waking up, there's a partial waking up and full waking up. Partial waking up is just for yourself, and full waking up is for yourself and for all the other beings, for the society. So the society means for the society to wake up. You cannot wake up for society. You can, at the most, you can teach the society how to wake them up. Not that you wake up and that suffices the society waking up. So the Buddha said, the Buddhas don't watch the negative videos of beings, nor does he remove the miseries by his hands, nor does he transfer his spiritual realizations to others. It is only through teaching the truth of the suchness that the beings are liberated. So he points to the path, and we have to walk the path. So the point is that first you have to awaken. You should wake up. Once you are woken up, you continue to be in the community, and then say you know not only the ultimate reality, you also know the conventional reality. Conventional reality meaning in the dream, how the dream is operating, dreamlike, not the dream, how the dreamlike reality is operating. You know it so thoroughly. Then, for example, if you're building, let's say, a nuclear reactor. If you're building a nuclear reactor, another country has built a nuclear reactor. Oh, we also in need of a nuclear reactor, and then you get these chemicals, and then you start to build it, and you store these chemicals there. You store, and it's not just building a house and put the chemicals there. No, this is not how it works. It requires tremendous precautionary measures, skillfulness, all the skills, talents, intelligence, they're all required. Otherwise, what happened one time? Remember that all these chemicals were stored in a place, I don't remember the name of the place. There was a whole blast that happened. Not because of the tsunami, because of the not knowing how to handle these chemicals. They just stacked it like this in a house, and the whole city was exploded because of that. So you require tremendous skill. So this is lacking the understanding of dependent origination. Okay, these chemicals are not like grains. Grains you store and the rats may eat. You have to take precaution of the rats and from the rats in the mouth. Otherwise, these grains will not explode. But these chemicals will explode. You require all these precautionary measures. You have to know all these things. Intelligence, know the dependent origination. By dependence on these qualities of the attributes of these, the natures, characteristics of these chemicals, having the possibility to explode, you have to have the walls of these greater, and heating. If it heats up, you have to cool them down. Grains, you don't have to cool them down. They will not explode, don't worry. You have to know the nature, you have to know the dependent origination on the conventional level so well, So those who understand emptiness so well, they will know the dependent origin so well. Those who know dependent origin so well, likewise you will know the emptiness very profoundly. And when you become really expert, you are working up, you know the dependent origination play of the children like dependent origination so well. With this you can be the best leader of your family, of the country, of the world, of the community. Because you are the one who knows how to manage things so well. What is meant by director? Director means somebody who directs what you do. What is meant by manager? Somebody who manages things effectively. So for that you are expected. You are required to know things so well. So this is where they say, whereas if you understand emptiness as nothingness, nihilism, then you wake up and you cannot function in the functional world, which means this is nihilism, this is not emptiness. So real emptiness is where there's harmony. You see the functional world and you see emptiness, there's no contradiction, these two are seen as harmonious. One example that I'll give you is that, say, a small children's game. How many you have in Sigil? Did you ever involve yourself in a small children's game, role play game? If yes, role play game, say small children, you are, let's say, the 5 years old girl or 4 years old girl or a boy, and there are like 10 and 20 of them having a role play game. You have a role play, and say the one said that, okay, everybody agrees that Sigil is Sigil, you are the queen, you are the boss of this kingdom, and Sigil, you are just 5 years old, and then everybody respects you. And your mother, it was time for lunch, and your mother comes, hey Sigil, come for lunch. Everybody will protest against your mother, saying that how dare that you don't respect our queen. And Sigil, and so therefore the mother knows that this small children's game is not real. But if the mother is like the Buddha, who knows that this small children's game, who is not affected by it, but the children there, they're affected. When somebody disrespects the queen, Sigil, as a little girl, although little girl, they're acting as a queen. Somebody respects that girl, everybody is affected, but the mother is not affected. Mother knows that this girl is just my daughter. She is not a queen. But the children, they're affected. They feel so offended, so angry that somebody disrespected the queen. So the mother is like the Buddha. It's a small children's game. But if the mother wants to come in the game, she should follow the rule. Hey, Your Majesty, the Queen Sigil, can I have a word with you? Then Sigil, as a 3-4 years old girl, says, yes, what can I do for you? And the mother may take you out of the game, say it's time for lunch. Come, have lunch. You're getting it? So what I'm saying is that this is the small children's game. So therefore, the mother should exactly know what this game is like. So this game inside, where say another girl by the name Rachel says, oh, Sigil gets a lot of benefit. I also want to become a bigger. Oh, now I'm the queen. Everybody, because this is not the rule. According to this rule of the game, the Sigil is the queen and not others. If Rachel says I'm the queen, everybody will say that you are not queen. We'll pull you down and we'll beat you up. So therefore, this is the rule. Nobody created this rule. Rule created by the small children. Convention created by the children, and we are bound by this rule. We are bound. We are chained by this rule. That is known as samsara. Okay. Next. Shahala, you are there?
Yes. So next question is from Anna. Is the metaphor of dreaming always correct? How to understand the prophetic dreams of saints, kings, historical figures, thanks to which it was possible to accomplish something good or prevent something bad?
Okay. Say the example of the dreams. Say, first the dream. When you say the dream, I said the 2 points to not to miss. I said 2 points not to miss. And the dream has multiple aspects. Who dreamt? What kind of dream? And so forth. I'm not considering all the other facts. Only 2 points. What is the first point? First point is that dream, you don't have the freedom to choose the dream. You getting it? Don't mix that up with what is a prophetic dream, what is the lucid dream. Don't mix that up. These are different. Prophetic dream means something which involuntarily come to your dream, not out of your choice. Something came out, and the contents of the dream and what later turns out to be same. That's known as prophetic dream. But even the prophetic dreams is not out of your will, out of your choice that this dream came. It came on its own. So you don't have freedom to choose dream. So lack of freedom to choose dream, this is one point that we need to remember. I'm not talking about whether prophetic, not prophetic. I never said that dreams are not prophetic. I did not say this. If I say that, then you can say that there are some prophetic dreams. One. Number two, the second part, which is more important, is that the dreams, they're purely coming from your mind. They're not objective real. So no matter how pleasant, how prophetic dream is, it's purely coming from your mind. So whether it's prophetic, not prophetic, for example, like the movie that you're watching, movie of the Second World War. Movie of the Second World War, that movie, what you're watching, is purely coming from the projector. It has something anything to do with the Second World War. But it tells you the information. It tells you, it gives you information that, oh, during the Second World War, it happened. But this is projection from the movie projector. Likewise, even the prophetic dreams, they're all purely coming from your mind. It does not mean that it's not prophetic. It can be prophetic. There's no contradiction there. Okay, next question.
Thank you, Geshe. Next question is from Alex. What is the relationship between the emptiness of phenomena and consciousness?
Okay.
Which phenomena are permanent, absolute from a Buddhist perspective? Who decided whether or not to drink water from a glass from the perspective of emptiness?
Okay, so first is good day. What is the relationship between the emptiness of phenomena and okay, these are technical studies. I'm going to give the technical answers. It may not help you in any ways, but because the question is technical and the person has some exposure to this, or greater exposure or some exposure is there, so therefore I'm giving the answer. And then the others, they say it has very technical, many technical things, so it's something to explore, to study more. I will do some courses. Okay, be more inclined, be inspired to go in this direction. So the answer is that the emptiness of phenomena and the emptiness of consciousness. Emptiness of phenomena. Okay, Alex, my question to you is between the emptiness of phenomena and the emptiness of consciousness, or consciousness on the one hand and emptiness of phenomena on the other hand, which is both questions can be referred to by this sentence. There's English ambiguity there. So what is your question, Alex? Is it between the emptiness of phenomena on the one hand and consciousness on the other hand, or emptiness of phenomena on the one hand and emptiness of consciousness on the other hand? Which one you are referring to? Alex, you are there? Okay, if you're not there, it doesn't matter. You're there?
Нет.
Gus, tell me.
Да, добрый день. Добрый день, Гешела. Слышно меня, видно? Добрый день.
Yes.
Я хочу понять взаимосвязь между пустотностью и сознанием. Не пустотностью сознания, а пустотностью и сознанием. То есть как вот с точки зрения пустотности понимать сознательные явления.
Okay.
Да, вот об этом речь. Спасибо.
Okay. So in fact, the relation between emptiness and the consciousness, So basically, we see that consciousness is a one which is the agent, which is a subject, and which projects all phenomena, including emptiness. So it's not that, say, you experience the emptiness and then you experience consciousness. No, consciousness you can experience even before understanding emptiness. But the thing is, consciousness is the one which projects everything, including emptiness. Okay, next question. Which phenomena are permanent, absolute from a Buddhist perspective? Okay, for this you have to study more technically. You have to do these courses. So the one which I would highly recommend to all of you is the Nalanda Diploma course. Here, the brochures here, and in fact, the DFI. I don't want to bring up the DFI here, but the translator, because DFI is purely based on the donation, and they don't want to involve themselves in what is called as the fee and so forth. So to respect the DFI's policies, we deliberately keep it very clean, separate, and Tibet has requested Ben Tenzing Sela, who is now translating for the DFI and also a part of DFI, to take charge of that part so that people can get the opportunity to study this program systematically. Okay, so for this we need to study the text more systematically, and this course will be very helpful. Nalanda Diploma course, and anybody who is interested, you can contact Ben Tenzing Sela, who is the translator, current translator, Hebrew translator. He will help you. And those others, you can contact the person directly. Others meaning who are the non-Israelis, you can contact Tibetans directly, and just Google search Tibet House, New Delhi. Okay. So this is a little technical. Who decides whether or not to drink water from the glass from the perspective of emptiness? So it's your mind decides. Your mind decides. So therefore the Buddha said that you are the master of yourself. Who else is there as your master? The one who tames on one's mind is the wise one and will be liberated. This is what the Buddha said. Your mind decides. Okay, good. Charlotte, next question.
Next question is from Oleg. Hello, dear Geshe. I have a very simple question. Am I correct in understanding that beings like the Buddha, have no desires, and that a person must also reach a state of desirelessness, because when there are no desires, peace and tranquility come? Thank you.
Okay, this is a good question. Thank you. Same, the desire, there are two kinds of desire. Desire for wealth, desire for good look, or desire for bigger house, and so forth. And anyone who is desire to become Buddha for the benefit of sentient beings, desire to help others. There are two kinds of desires. So the positive desire, usually in order not to let people be confused, can be translated as aspiration. Aspiration for Buddhahood, aspiration to help all the beings. And desire, seen as the poisonous desire, the afflictive desire, and triggered by selfishness and self-grasping ignorance. That is a negative desire, and desire to work for the benefit of others, desire to become Buddha for the benefit of sentient beings. This is a positive desire. So not to confuse, we say aspirations. This is distinction. So when you attain the state of desirelessness, and if you say, oh, now the beings are suffering, no, I have no desire to help them, this is a very destructive desire. Because I'm desirelessness, I have no desire now. So although people are suffering, I have no desire to help them. This is very destructive. So the desirelessness is a state where the selfish desire is all gone, and desire to help others increase infinitely. That is the wise approach. Good.
Next question is from Vladimir. Yesterday, Geshe spoke about wise selfishness, that for our own benefit we need to take care of others. Am I correct in understanding that this is only the first step, and the ultimate goal of mind training is the complete elimination of self-cherishing, including its wise form? At what point and how is this supposed to happen if all we do is think about the disadvantages of self-cherishing for us and the benefits of cherishing others?
Okay, Vladimir Selin, thank you so much. This question is so good, extremely good. So what I would say is that I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. Said that we begin by saying that I want happiness. I don't want miseries. I want happiness. And for your well-being, for your own well-being, you help others so that you get the maximum happiness. Yes, this is how we have to begin. This is how we have to begin. And you do this, and gradually the mind starts to flow, seeing the benefit of others. Seeing the benefit that you get from others, your mind feels closer to beings, and then at a certain point you become extremely strongly compassionate to others, that you forget your own well-being. So then you don't really have to think that, oh, benefit others, I get a benefit. You don't have to think that. Automatically your mind will flow to others. It becomes totally totally selfless. This is what you said is very true. So for the time being, till we reach that point, it's very important for us to begin from where we are. We are at the level of the selfishness. We have to start from there. Then when you continue this practice, at a certain point you see that others are truly, you see others the way the mother sees her little child. So loving, caring, and your mind just flows there unconditionally. When you reach that point, then we don't really have to worry. It's automatic, and it's an automatic flow of your compassion, where you will just forget yourself altogether. But till we reach that point, don't try to do that way. Then it can have a counter effect. So initially start from, okay, I get a benefit from you, said therefore you are very precious for me. So this is how we start. What you said is, I fully agree with you. Thank you, Selin. Next question.
Next question is from Sergey. Geshe, thank you for your teaching. Please tell me how to get rid of foul language and how to resist the unpleasant feeling when I hear foul language from others. Thank you. Should I distance myself from such people or exclude them from my life?
Okay. Yes, foul language is a complicated matter. But number one thing is that, okay, there are various steps. One step is that very gross foul language, grossly foul language. This is where you hear it and then you see that the other person is so uncultured and you feel so unhappy. So whether other person is cultured or not cultured, this is not a business. But you are affected. You feel so irritated. Some disturbance is felt there. Now, for that matter, we cannot fix the whole world. We cannot fix the whole world. But you can fix yourself. How to fix it? One is that the language is very interesting. Language is very interesting. For example, say one word, same word can be extremely honorific in one language and extremely obscene nature in another language. Same word. For example, like, okay, so I don't want to go into the some words which are very obscene in some countries or some languages. I don't want to go into this. Again, just you, Sergey, you are affected. Others can also be affected if I use these words. So I don't want to use that word. So instead of what I would say is that, like, say the word attachment. It's the same word. Say in the conventional emotional sense, attachment means a desire, something which is not good. And in computer science, in the context of computer science, attachment is very neutral. It does not have any virtue, non-virtuous. It's very neutral in being virtue or non-virtue. So same word can have different context. Word per se doesn't mean anything. Word, any word which we consider foul, which we consider extremely grossly foul, these words, they don't mean anything. They're not foul. They're foul, they become foul because we attach this word with a foul meaning. Then you see as intrinsically foul. This is our problem. So this is known as, in the study of the Buddhist logic and Buddhist psychology, that is what is known as any object can be referred to with any label. Any object can be referred to with any label because it exists. Labels in the reference. There's no intrinsic attachment. There's no intrinsically tied. It's just how the people tie these two, and then we see so intrinsically tied. This is, if you know that these are nothing really intrinsically tied, then you will be liberated. Wow, it's amazing. For example, say in a spiritual environment, where people cut attachment, no attachment, no attachment. Even the word attachment comes, you feel so uneasy. And you go into computer science, people say, did you say your email does it have attachment? You're getting it? Oh no, he's talking attachment. No. So words, they don't mean anything. What sacred words or foul words? No. The words, they don't mean anything until the human beings, they attach this word with a meaning, arbitrarily attached. Finish. I remember that when I was a little boy, when I was aged like I think 12 or 13, the school introduced one concept where the bright students should be given a special opportunity for them to grow even faster. So all the students in the same batch, they were divided into, depending on the number of the students. So in our case, it was like divided into 4 sections. A, B, C, D. So when I was in class 7, so then this the system was introduced. 7A, 7B, 7D, 7C, 7D. 7A means the best students. 7B next. 7C is okay. Then 7D is donkey, which means the weakest students are put in this, and is also known as donkey class. So then initially it was done like this. Then after a few years, again people start to see the demerits in this, the fault in the system, because those who are weak, they're dumped, they're emotionally tortured. Because any teacher comes, any student, whole school will say that he is in a donkey class. So emotionally tortured, on top of, say, the academically not given the opportunity to grow along with others, emotionally you're tortured. Why should that happen? Academically may be weaker, but emotionally they may be very smart. Emotionally they may be extremely kind. Now emotionally they are drowned. So then they saw the demerit of this, and then they tried to reverse it by changing the labels, language. Say, the best students were kept in the D class, donkey class. And now, people's perception changes. D means exceptionally bright ones. Look. So the words don't mean anything. Initially, the D means donkey. And then after a few years of experience of the downside of this, then they reverse it. And reverse does not help at all. Particularly having studied Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist psychology, then when I heard this teaching, I chose this like a small child. Even the teachers or the people who modified the system, changing the label. So the smartest students class, instead of A, they label it as D, because the D is considered as bad, and they're already very smart, they will not mind. And the D is referred to as the A. And so uplift. And then, so the moment the people then they create a new convention. A means donkey, right? Donkey A. So look, so this is where the language does not mean anything until we assign the language a referent, which is arbitrarily done, not with any other intrinsic attribute. It's just arbitrarily done. That's it. So if you know this, then you will not feel offended with the wrong languages, number one. Then number two is that the should I detach from those people who use found languages? So if you detach, then there's no way, because we are social animals. Just try to detach yourself from other people for a week. You see whether we can survive. We cannot survive. So initially I would say that if you do find out of 100 people, if there are 2 who you see as using foul languages, what I would say you can. The first step is to stay away from the such people. Distance yourself a little bit. And gradually, this is not the ultimate solution. Ultimate solution is let them change. Let these people change from using foul language to non-foul language. You can change them. How you can change them is by when you meet with them, be courteous, be gentle, be kind. Be kind, and when they say something, like for example, small children, they go to school, they come back, they come with the foul language, and the parents will fix them. How do they fix them? Oh yeah, you said that he is extremely hopeless person. Then the parents may say, okay, he needs special attention, he needs help, he needs affection. So this is how somebody learns. We can also teach them, but not that, okay, listen, you use foul language, I'll teach you. If this is how you are disturbing the situation, you're creating a situation worse. In a very, say, like a unobvious way. In a very unobvious way, you try to talk in such a way that other person senses that, okay, so this, I use this word, but he uses another word, she uses another word. So this is how the others also will learn. Amazing. If you can change others, that is the best way. Are you good? Shala, more questions or no question?
We can address Gauri. Gauri has a question. Dear Venerable Geshe-la, yesterday you said to us the dependent origination is like a microscope through which we can see emptiness, just like the microscope sees cells. Please, could you say a little more about this? Thank you so much.
Okay, so the microscope is the metaphor that I gave, and the just as microscope helps us to discover that what we see is not the reality. For example, we see a flower. We have in the gross perception level, we see a flower. Then on a microscope, very powerful microscope, we see there's no flower there. It's just a pool of atoms. So with the help of the microscope, it helps to make us discover that the flower is purely the perceptual mind. There's nothing really as flower from the object. So likewise, dependent origination, understand dependent origination is the one which serves like the microscope. Using this understand dependent origination, independent reality is rejected. So independent reality is seen as empty. So it helps us to get to the emptiness. So this is how the understanding of dependent origination serves like the microscope for us to see the emptiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geshe-la. This was the last question.
Thank you, Shahala. So we may do little dedication prayer.
Okay. So shall I just
screen sharing?
Yeah, do this Is sharing?
Okay, screen sharing is there.
Okay.
Okay, so for the dedication part, first of all, I really congratulate the DFI director, spiritual coordinator, and all in the team of DFI, and the former directors, former SPI, the SPC, and all the members of the DFI, the past and the present. I really, really congratulate all your efforts, and we need you. The world needs you. This is so important. And likewise, the translator Ben Tizing Sela, thank you for your kindness in making this available, and the other translators like Alhamdulillah and the Sheshin Baila and Alexi yesterday, and the other translators, if they are, I really congratulate all of you. Thank you, all of you. And all the participants, offline, online, thank you for joining us here for this program. And the DFI, I wholeheartedly appeal that you continue to conduct these programs and inspire more younger people to join the DFI, and that the more and more people will learn about DFI, will learn about the Dharma, will learn about the reality of dependent origination, will learn about the universal compassion. So this should be our vision, mission, and then so this is what we pray for, that the world, all the marriages that we gathered in these 2 days, let's pray that these be dedicated first, that the world should be a better world, more peaceful world, that everybody will come together in the spirit of one family as brothers, sisters, and all the wars come to an end, and all these pains, conflicts be resolved very peacefully. And of course, many of us may think that this is totally unrealistic, but it is not unrealistic. It's a matter of the people's thinking. And with His Holiness's vision of the universal ethics, where young people be educated in the spirit of the oneness of the family of the whole humanity, this is incredibly great hope. And one person can change the world. And when it happens, we never know. It depends on multiple factors. One is the law of karma, and the power of the influence of the individuals, and the collective efforts. For example, like collective efforts of DFI today, and what will come out in the future, we never know. Because of DFI, young people will be connected, and somebody who has a genius mind, who has such charisma, be connected with the Buddha's teachings through DFI, and later become the leader of the family, the community, your country, the world, and so forth, and can change the whole course of the country. Is very, very possible. Is very possible. So therefore, DFI plays a very important role. And now that Tibet House, these courses, the different courses that they will be giving, and Ben Tizing Sela has been extremely courageous, so kind, to make this available in the Hebrew language also. And so now we have the same program in many languages, in Chinese, in French, in the Russian language, in Hebrew, and in Ladakhi language. So we see that this is now the expanding, and is a prayer of His Holiness that the compassion on a very high level, as taught by the Buddha, as taught by the great Indian masters, be disseminated, so that people will get to learn these things. When learning, then their mind changes. Otherwise we can't really blame this or that if they don't really get the chance to be exposed to these the amazingly precious teachings. So let's pray that by virtue of these, the merit that we've gathered the last 2 days, that His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the true source of the inspiration, encouragement, and embodiment of universal compassion, somebody who is the ambassador of the universal compassion to bring the whole family of the humanity into one. That His Holiness has a long life, long healthy life, and that he continues to bless the entire world, the human beings, animals, insects, God and goddess, spirits, and even the ecology, and that the disasters, the calamities, they all dissolve on their own, and people come to realize their true nature more clearly, and that everyone can take a fresh breath of air of peace and happiness, and the spirit of the oneness as brothers and sisters, may that thrive in the minds of all the beings. And also let's pray that all the learning centers where these teachings of the Buddha are being studied and contemplated, meditated, may these learning centers thrive in the activities of these pursuit of the teachings of the Buddha, thrive in the activities for the benefit of all the beings. And may the world find genuine peace, where all the famine and the natural disasters and man-made disasters, they all dissolved, and people come to realize, and they come closer to each other to support each other in peace and harmony. So with it, and let me personally direct prayers that each one of you, through a concerted effort, be that person that I shared with you, be that person to really bring a change in the whole world, in the whole universe, through you awakening your hidden treasure within yourself, to become one like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to become one like the Buddha Shakyamuni himself, to be inspiration for trillions of beings in the universe. So with this mind, let's recite the following prayers together. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenri Se Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And just as the brave Manjushri and Samadhi too realize things as they are, also I dedicate all this medicine the best way, that I might follow the perfect example. I dedicate all these rules of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the Buddhas who appeared in 3 times, so that I might perform the noble Bodhisattva's deeds. Chanjo Samjo Rinpoche Bhagya Bhanam Ge Gyoroche Ge Banyamba Me Baya Kone Kondo Pevarasho. May the Supreme Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase forevermore. Through the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all beings without exception into that enlightened state. I dedicate the merit thus gathered towards the realization that is in the prayers of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of 3 times, and to the upholding the Dharma of teaching and realization. May I in all lives, through the force of this merit, never separate from the 4 wheels of the Mahayana vehicle, and accomplish all the stages of the path, renunciation, bodhicitta, perfect in the 2 stages. With a wish to free all beings, I shall always go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, until I reach full enlightenment. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find new hope, constant happiness, prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness. May every disease in the world never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefit of one another. By the merits I've accumulated, may every single being abandon all forms of wrongdoing and perpetually engage in virtue. May they never be parted from the mind of bodhicitta, and may they always engage in the bodhisattva's conduct. May they be cared for by the Buddhas and relinquish the actions of devils. May no living creatures ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. May the pains of the living creatures ride solely upon myself, and through the mind of the Bodhisattva Sangha, may all beings experience happiness. having dispelled all inner and outer obstacles and downfalls, such as poverty, despair, oppression, cruelty, epidemics, and natural disasters due to environmental degradation, may all beings forever enjoy the glory of peace and happiness. Inspired by wisdom and compassion, today in the Buddha's presence, I generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddha in my heart. By the power of practicing and supplicating to you, may all be free from sickness, poverty, and conflicts, and may Dharma and auspiciousness proliferate in all the places where we abide. The power of the union of emptiness and compassion is lucidly explained by the protector of both the Dharma and the beings of the land of snows. You are the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso. We supplicate you that your wishes are fulfilled spontaneously. May the operations of evil thoughts and deeds of the negative forces of humans or non-humans who harbor and manage to pervert unwholesome praise against the teachings of the Buddhas be totally vanquished through the power of the truth of the three jewels. By the dependent realization of the profound sustenance of appearance and emptiness, together with the force of great compassion of the three jewels and the power of the truth, and through the virtue of the infallible law of karmas and their fruits, may this truthful prayer for us be unhindered and quickly fulfilled. By the teachings of this beneficent one till world's end, be unshaken by the winds of evil thoughts, may it always be met by innumerable beings who find conviction in the teacher by understanding the teachings' true nature. May I never falter even for an instant to uphold the excellent path of the Buddha, which illuminates the principle of dependent origination through all my births, even giving away my body and life. May I spend day and night carefully reflecting by what means can I enhance this teaching, achieve a Supreme Savior through strenuous efforts over countless eons. As long as space remains, as long as living beings remain, until then we may too abide to dispel the miseries of the world. Throughout my future lifetimes, may always be guided by Araminjushri and be able to uphold the Dharma in general and the teachings of dependent origination in particular, even in the course of my life. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages on the paths, may fully attain the state of Vajratara. Or you will recite the Buddha praise. Okay, Tenzin Sarah, do you have this one? Tabke Tuche. Okay, in English we have Tenzin. Okay. Tenzin, you want to share? Okay, 3 times together. Tabge tuje shage riso to shenge me to dege bonjomba serge lumbo tabo jebe ko shaye gebo kyala chatselo moni moni Mahamona Yeswaha Om Muni Muni Mahamona Yeswaha Tabge tuje shage riso to shenge mit
Dege bonjamba sergelum tabo jebe ko shaye gebo kyola chaselo Oh, Moni, Moni, Mahamona Yeswaha. Oh, Moni, Moni, Mahamona Yeswaha. Tavge tuje shagere so chon shenge meto dege bonjamba sergelum tabo jebe ko shaye gebo kyola chaselo oh moni moni Mahamona Yeswaha. Oh, Moni, Moni, 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 Mahamona Yeswaha. Okay, thank you, Shahala. Thank you, Iritla, the director, and thank you, Ben Dizingsela, the translator, and also all the other translators, all the participants from Israel, from the other countries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much,
Geshe-la. Thank you
Geshe-la,
so
for
much.
these beautiful teachings. And we hope the situation will allow you to come and visit us again soon.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо,
большое.
Thank you, Geshe-la.
Большое
Thank
спасибо.
you, all
Thank you very
participants. Thank
much.
you, everyone.
Thank you
Have a
very
nice
much.
day.
Thank you so much.
Geshe-la.
Спасибо
Спасибо
всем.
сердца, от всей души.
Благодарю.
Им огромное
Изабель,
спасибо.
большое
До
спасибо
новых
всем русским
встреч.
переводчикам, координаторам.
Огромное спасибо всем.
Спасибо. Давид,
Thank you, Geshe-la. Thank you, everyone.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.